Hi guys, hope you're good. Just an hour late or so, hour and 10 minutes, not too bad. Bad respawn. That was you're probably not here, but cheers for the resub. Sorry I'm a bit late. Well, I don't know why I'm saying sorry, but I am a bit late. I did a backup this morning, including a OneDrive backup before I did a BIOS update, which went pretty well. The BIOS update's okay, but when I've come back, like the backup, I moved a couple of things because of OneDrive and being full and fucking about, and then the backup has negated some of the stuff that I needed for streaming, so I had to go and find it again. So I'd lost the changing server screen, and I'd lost some of the music and some other stuff. I had to go and retrieve it from the recycle bin and then put it in the right folder and make it work. Bloody OneDrive is a pain in the ass. I need to like turn it off. Like everything on my PC after the backup today, everything on my PC, like even like pictures in a folder, are like some have got a red cross so you can't see what the picture is, and some have got a green tick, and basically it means red cross it's not saved to OneDrive, green tick it is. It's on my PC, right? But I can't see the thumbnail of the picture because it's not saved to the OneDrive. It's so stupid. I hate it. Fucking OneDrive. Like 5 gigabytes of OneDrive is not enough apparently. Yeah, I was pretty scared doing the BIOS update, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I did it, it was fairly straightforward. Jimbob, I think, sent me a direct link to like some instructions on how to do it and everything, right? Which was very, very cool. Yeah, Jimbob 1974 in the chat he is. But yeah, I followed it through and all was fine. But after I completed the BIOS update, my PC restarted and stopped and restarted and stopped and so on. He did it about 5 or 6 times, and every time I was like, is this going to be the one where it breaks? Brilliant. I think wrong stream there. This is Paul, not Della. But hello, I hope you're good. Right, let me go. God, I feel a bit croaky this morning. Turns out doing a BIOS update makes your throat bad. I've got an external hard drive, Matthew. I've got an external hard drive with a lot of stuff saved on it. I haven't actually... so I used an external hard drive when I switched from my old PC to this PC. But I've had this PC now, what, 2 years? So I ought to update it and like just make sure everything's like correct on it now. So I've got a lot of things saved on it, like my my OBS stuff and my YouTube stuff and so on. So I have got some stuff backed up on an external hard drive, but I haven't got everything done. So Carl had an update. Yeah, that's a good point. I would like to do Sakal. I think tomorrow the new map comes out. We'll carry on this character for a little while. The problem I've got on Sakal is that on official servers I've got a DMR and I'm on the peninsula, so I'm not going to see much of the update. Come on there. Why is my settings all funny? I don't know why that would be reset, do you? All my settings look different. Why would the game reset my graphics? Anyone ideas why that would happen? That shouldn't happen, should it? Alright, sorry guys, we're going to have a bit of a piss around with that now. There has been a new DayZ update. Maybe it's deleted my config folder. If I just go to Documents, DayZ. I think it's to do with this fucking OneDrive thing. I really do. It's got a red cross next to it. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck how do I turn off OneDrive just so it doesn't work? Like, everything's like, that's what it is. It's because the OneDrive is saying it's not there, so it's saying error. Oh, fuck me. Exit and disable it in startup.
Bloody OneDrive.
I don't even know how to turn it off. It's just on. And that's bad, isn't it, I suppose? But yeah, I'm going to have to... Bear with me one sec. This is really great. It says I should upgrade or free up straight space. I don't want to do either. Pause syncing. Right, I've quit OneDrive. Let me see how that goes. And now if I find my DayZ documents folder. See, there's loads of red crosses by everything still. Like, what the fuck is that? Why is there a red cross there now? It's like the folders are still there, but it's still got a red cross status. I just don't need to know this fucking shit. I think that's what it is, though. I think the folder's not looking up. All right, let me try again. Hi Vinicius, thanks for coming in, hope you're good. Sons of Kenny and Dope Trailer, thank you as well. Nothing's ever easy, is it? You know, like the BIOS update went swimmingly well. OneDrive is basically set up so it gets filled and then they can charge you money per month, isn't it? That's all it's for. Like cloud storage that you have to pay for. Right, let's see how we go now. Options, video. See, it's reset my video stuff. I don't even know how these should be. Anti-aliasing, let's try it on low. Ambient occlusion I think we have off, don't we? There should be a tweet, Wilford. I think I did just do a retweet of something. Right, bear with me one sec, guys. I know it's a ball ache, but we'll get there. Let me just see how I normally have my settings. So, high, extreme, post-processing can go to disabled. I'm going to try that on low. Enabled, post-processing, ambient occlusion should be on low. Post-processing quality high, high. So that's all correct. I think that's okay as it is. VSync display full screen, yeah. Controls. Now, other things I probably need to do as well, just while I think about it. You can't see any of this, but let me just do that. So, where is walk or run? Double tap left control. I don't want to walk or run, double tap left control. I don't know actually. Reset all. I don't know. Let me just get to... Where the hell is talking on this? Where's caps lock? And then double alt as well. So where's the alt one? Let me find that. Camera, that must be double. So double tap alt, we don't want that. Apply. And then others, caps lock, double tap, caps lock. I don't want that either. I don't know if I should have done anything with this here. Walk or run toggle. Right, okay, so let me just... I'll leave that as it was. I don't normally change that one. Let me just double check I've got this correct. So I definitely want to take that one off. Apply. And then camera. Double alt. Apply. Okay, we should be good to go. Right. The update's gone to stable today. And I probably will do some Sakal later. I don't really want to start on the Fal character on the peninsula blind. I'll do this for a little bit and then we'll switch to Sakal later on probably. Okay, let's see how the PC runs today. So I've done the BIOS update today, which is meant to improve things with regards to this processor that I have. Jim Bob, like I was saying, sent me an email with it and also reminded me after I'd done it to activate XMP again, so it utilises the DDR5 correctly. So I've done that as well. So hopefully it should be running pretty sweetly. We'll see. It's an Asus ROG Swift something, and it's listed in the specs. The PC is listed. I don't need to remember that. It's a something Hero Asus motherboard. Yeah. It's not. I don't need to remember shit like that, right? I just cut and paste it. It certainly seems a lot smoother though. It's running so much better, mainly because of the Nvidia changes that I made yesterday. You know, like. So the time to start running, dude, on the YouTubes is from the film TheRunningManZ. So it's Richard Dawson from the show. It's an 80s cheesy action film, which is where I got the name for my channel from. So it's the name where the name of the channel came from is from the film. So what I was looking for here on this character, I was looking for a scope for the blaze and bullets. I think I've got one bullet. We're in the kind of right place to be finding bullets. Oh yeah. I just got rid of the suppressor, didn't I? So they're low insulation now. That sucks. They're my favourite pants. No, they're not the right ones. I like the Spring Hunter pants, but they're summer, I think. I don't need any meds. Let's just bypass that and just do the last bit over here. I don't actually have any food, but I also don't have any space. Oh, I don't have the... Yeah, I need a scope. I'd forgotten. I did have a blaze. I switched to the Mosin yesterday, so I need the scope. I don't need the bullets as much because I had a few more Mosin rounds. BIOS update has improved my shot. Yeah, defo. Right, do I repair that? Or do I repair that? Gonna do that purely because it's easier. Can't actually really use the AK yet because I don't have enough bullets. Right, I need to take that rail off. Probably should have repaired the pistol, to be honest, but never mind. I might kill that chicken and then just carry it up somewhere to eat it. I'm going to need food fairly soon. I don't have any. I need to make a fire. Probably need to combine the two of those, don't I? Where am I going to find a scope from? I guess there's a few hunting areas. This is where we're at is where I should be finding the scope. Has this character seen much action? No. Relatively thin on the ground on the action front. So I got killed yesterday at Troitsky military base. I'd got a little bit of action before that. I'd killed a couple of players. Got to Troitsko military base and got killed. And then managed to run back, get a little bit more gear, get a bit of gear back from where I was. I had a really bad encounter with a shotgun where I hit the same dude 3 or 4 times with slugs, the green slugs for a shotgun, and they just were doing nothing. Didn't seem to hurt the dude whatsoever.
Good morning, Paul chat. Yum chicken wings.
Yeah, we ought to get Sakal on the go, but I do want to carry on. What I'm really doing on Sakal, I've got cooking pots full of fuel. I'm going to go and try and do the bunker as a lone wolf, but I don't really want to start just like from scratch right now and start trying to do the bunker. I think that would be probably unwise. Yeah, I don't know how many people they've got to look at stuff like that, Redline. It might take longer, you know. It might take longer than straight away, I guess, you know. I'd imagine they get a lot of tickets, so we'll see. Yeah, the slugs, if you connect correctly, should be really, really powerful, and they seem to be really broken at the moment. Like, they weren't... They seem to be behaving like it was a single piece of buckshot or something, you know? They were really shit. I'll make a fire in this house. Yeah, okay. It's not a very good house to make a fire in, but let's do it anyway. I don't even have something that shoots 22. What happened if you climbed the ladder and shot the guy? I managed to kill his mate, and then I got killed a little bit later in slightly interesting circumstances, let's say.
Afternoon.
Snowy Chernarus is modded, yeah, it's not vanilla. Danger, I know, the NFL predictions this week are absolutely insane. 13 correct and 1 wrong for something like $15 profit if you'd bet $1 on every single game, which is crazy for like for a sport I don't know anything about. That's kind of crazy. Do not bet on the selections though; it's only for fun. But watched every one of your YouTube videos. I also have the same motherboard, but the Evangelion current great board. Is it? I'll take your word for it. I've got to be honest. When it comes to the tech on the PC, I kind of told the PC specialist contact that I work with what CPU and what CPU and graphics card I was kind of wanting, and then I let him build the rest. You know, he knew what I was wanting it for. And he obviously knew what they had available at the time, so he just picked out like the good shit and set it all up. It's all very good. I mean, it's not a cheap PC, obviously. It's like a $4.5 grand PC. Of course, it's good, but it hasn't been running like a $4.5 grand PC lately for a few different reasons. But I think tweaking my Nvidia settings yesterday and then doing this BIOS update this morning should really help. Certainly seems a lot smoother right now. Yeah, there's military stuff down the bottom of the hill there. There's a few military vehicles and there's usually a few military zombies as well. So, but I just need to cook this chicken. I'm probably going to eat it as well. I don't have the space to do much else. I'm really struggling space-wise. Really, I need to drop some shit, I suppose. I'm going to go down to two Makarov mags. I think that's enough.
Hey.
There's a helicopter crash site all the way over there somewhere. I just heard it. It's like right at the extended range. But I think it might be worth heading that way. There's more summer camp and more hunting loot that way. I might go back. It's a little bit like backwards to go forwards, but if I go that way, I'm basically going to a couple of bits of military and then Tissy with loot that's not really... I don't want to go to Tissy if I can avoid it. I might go back towards that heli with a view to finding a scope as well. I really need a scope.
Chat.
So I've got 8 spare bullets, which isn't a load, but a scope will make a hell of a difference.
Please keep picking against the Eagles.
I just pick them based on what it sounds like. I can't remember who the Eagles were playing, but I think that's the only one I got wrong, wasn't it, this week? The Eagles, I forget. Erpa, Max, Doselwood, Dockelwood, Doc Elwood, probably more like, not Docklewood. Thank you very much, A-Day Firelog, Gapley, Artisticat, Jellystep, Irish Adams. Thank you all of you guys. Cheers for the resubs. Good timing. Get it eaten. So I just need to wait till we get the 3+ symbol properly there. We're nearly there, look. And then I should be good to go. The UK has IRL Sakal. It's getting cooler, isn't it? Yeah. Just went out for a walk with the dog and it was... it's about 4 degrees. We went out. It's not that cold, but 4 degrees Celsius with a little bit of wind and rain. It felt cold enough. Snowing in Shropshire, is it? Blimey. The Salopians won't know what to do with themselves. Oh, it's so much smoother. Wow. Expect for the next week or two for me to be basically practically wanking myself off about having fixed a couple of things that I should have fixed ages ago. Realise I haven't got the air on. What are you teabagging the floor for? It's dead already. Right, I need to get that food. Even if it is shit food, it's still food I can carry. Limited. Well, this morning I've done the BIOS update, which I've been meaning to do for ages, which is to do with the processor that I have and it not frying as a result, which is good. But yesterday so I don't think DayZ runs in in game mode properly. It doesn't run in full screen mode correctly, even when you set full screen. I don't think it properly is full screen like what it used to be. So when you've got the cursor open like that, you can just move that cursor from one screen to the next. You've got 2 monitors. If it's properly full screen, I shouldn't just be able to go to the right and then go to the second monitor. I think DayZ is running in some kind of windowed mode, even when you've got it set to full screen. I can't explain it very well, but anyway. Because of that, it wasn't running with G-Sync, and it wasn't capping the frames correctly, so my main monitor is set to 120 Hz, and I use G-Sync, and that's meant to cap the frames, so G-Sync means that what it does is it holds the frames of the game at the same refresh rate as the monitor, right? It adjusts the two, so it should, in theory, put a cap on the frames at 120, but it wasn't doing that because G-Sync wasn't working. So I've set G-Sync to work with windowed and non-windowed mode. I also manually cap the frames to 120 as well. And between the two of those things, it's now much more smooth, so it was going up into the hundreds, like 180, 200 frames and stuff, which sounds amazing, but it was just all jittery and horrible. Raid Gauge, you're wrong. G-Sync doesn't cap the frames, no. But if you set your refresh rate to 120 in your NVIDIA settings, it won't allow the frames to go above 120 because G-Sync matches the frames and the refresh rate, right? So effectively you can make it cap the frames. You can. So G-Sync changes the refresh rate of the monitor to the frames. But if you cap your monitor at 120, it will cap the frames at 120 so that they're both the same. That's what it does. It's been doing that on my PC for years, so it does do that. It won't allow the frames to go higher than the refresh rate of the monitor. It always did it for me anyway. But I don't think G-Sync has been working for me for ages, like I say, because of that full screen thing. But it's so much smoother, holy shit. Right, I never looted this yesterday. With any luck, we might get... There's a Tundra there. I don't think we want the Tundra. Tundras are great and all, but I don't have the bullets. If I can find a scope, I can use the scope on the Tundra anyway, so... Sorry, on the Mosin anyway, so we'll just do that. The Savannah as well. Might just take the bullets. I'm going to load it properly so it doesn't despawn as quick. I think that seems fair. How am I going to make space for this? Garrett, yeah, it worked okay. I had a slight issue with the backup that I did and OneDrive being an absolute ball ache. Fucking OneDrive. I need to get shot of that. So I was delayed from starting the stream by about half an hour because of... before I did the BIOS update, I did a complete backup. And my OneDrive is active. I never use it, but it's been working in the background. I just need to turn it off. But it was... it just caused me some grief. I temporarily lost access to like my changing server screen on OBS and one or two other things. Well, Raid, like I was just saying, G-Sync matches the frames to your FPS. It matches the frames of the game to your refresh rate of your monitor. So for me, it's always stopped at 120. Now, I put a manual cap in now, so I can't test that, but it used to do it before I had that cap. Lost the YouTube chat there. I don't know what went on there. I've got it back again. I don't know what went on there. Right, where's the... Oh, there it is. Let's just quickly check this one. I'm after a scope. We do need to keep an eye out for this helicopter crash site as well. I heard a heli site. It's a good ways along from here yet, but I might go up the top of that hill just to try and get a bit of height. We may well see the heli site. Fuck me. I never have VSync enabled, ever. Christmas changing server screen will probably be December the 1st. I don't think anything before that. Hi, Ubos, how you doing? Thank you for coming in. Urpa, thank you again. Also, Game King Studios, Keith, Timms, Thomas. Cheers for the follows on YouTube. I'm going to put that up to high just to see how it goes with the frames for now. I should be able to run that easy enough. But I'm thinking about being able to see the helicopter crash site, right? Like, I need to go higher. You can't kill a player with it touch harder, no. It's you used to be able to knock players unconscious with it, but nowadays it just kind of stuns them. It doesn't do a great deal. Like, if you were standing on that and it exploded, I don't think you would even go unconscious anymore. You used to. But I think they changed it. Fatboy Chin, thank you for the 28 months. I can't see shit.
Another month, another running. You think I'd be losing weight? No.
There are behind me to the left a couple of hunting stands that we could maybe check. This could have the ability to be a hunting house as well, to be honest. Let's have a quick squiz. Irish, well, they've recently changed the settings, so they've recently changed. A lot of the reasons I have settings how I have is because I like the way it looks. But they've recently changed that. So this particular one, this one, I would have it on high. But if you go to extreme, it sets your view distance to something crazy like nearly 5,000 meters or something. Like, there's no reason to have my view distance that far whatsoever. You know, like, I think high is about 3.5 kilometers, which is more than enough. I don't need it any higher than that. There's the helicopter.
This message was approved by SimSpin. All the best.
Like, the view distance is more than far enough. Bear in mind it's night time and it's foggy as well. I'm going to go and try this heli. I'm not going to bother with the chicken. Van Dyke's not playing, is he? Very cool. MJ, thank you. It's an old thumbnail from a video. I can't remember which video, but the thumbnails I use for the streams, I have a folder with all of my old thumbnails from videos from days gone. Not every single one, but most of them. So I just pick a thumbnail and go with it, you know. Yeah, players render about 1,000 meters approximately. It's a tiny bit more complex with that than that, but about 1,000 meters or so. I think the other thing to bear in mind, by the way, talking about the settings that I have, is that I'm trying to find a happy medium for my settings, given that I'm using the graphics card. The hard things that my graphics card is doing right now is not playing DayZ. It's streaming to YouTube in 16,000 kilobits per second and streaming to Twitch in 8,500 kilobits per second, and recording for Shadowplay and playing DayZ, you know. So I'm trying to find a kind of setup that works really well and the game looks really nice and everything's smooth. Why is that? I think the reason it's set to about 1,000 meters is so that like even the people that are on the lowest video settings will still see players at 1,000 meters. It's so that you don't have a system whereby on higher settings you're seeing players that on lower settings you do not see. I think it's trying to make it reasonable. Like, so you're not, like, you could physically be getting shot at someone who's on higher settings, and on your settings you don't even know. You can't see them, even with the scope looking directly at them, you wouldn't see. Tell you what would be epically cool is if this this stand had a scope in it. Got to be really careful with this Vega. I didn't fix the mag. Maybe I should have, but there's a lot of players in the server, so there's a chance this has already been looted. But only one way to find out. K101. Oh. Might take that big bag. SKS badly damaged. Oh my god, choices. About the only gun. It's about the only mag. Sorry, I'll start again. The only bag that you can just put. The only bag you can just put guns in, like AK-101s now. Pretty much that one and that one. I think there's not many. That's damaged as well. I probably don't. Anyway, I'm just taking the SKS to give me options. I've got plenty of bullets for the SKS. I don't really like the Vega, so if I can, I could maybe use that PU scope on the Mosin. And I could use the SKS as my secondary. What I do need, though, is a weapon cleaning kit. Right, I might actually need that for the quest. I need a radio as well. I can't tell you how much more smoothly my game is running since the changes I've made since yesterday. The difference is like night and day. It's so good. Expect more talk of the same boring shit. Hey Dems, dude, you're right, man. Gilbert, Sim, Quiz, cheers for the resubs, thank you. I want to go on to Sakal and go to No Framesville. I want to go into the big city and just see how it runs. So you can get hunting spawn and loot in here. I was hoping for a scope. Zenith, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much for the support. That's really, really kind. Thank you. So, I'm going backwards. I want to find a weapon cleaning kit. A weapon cleaning kit would enable me to utilise the... utilise the SKS, which would be pretty useful. Tell you what would also be good too would be a electrical repair kit as well. Yeah, I've got the spark plug, which is pretty cool. So I've got the ability to get a boat if I can find one. I just need a radio. I could probably do it with a radio and a map. A GPS makes it easier, but what I do need is a radio. I found radios yesterday fairly easily. I think I got one at the prison island. I think I found 2 at the prison island actually, but right. Let's get across to Kamensk town. Thank you, Irish. Yeah, that was a cool moment. That was really cool. The Vega can go full auto. I don't like it in full auto, personally. Maybe with a 20-round mag. In certain circumstances, like, say you're holding a door of a barrack or something, putting it in auto and blatting is not a bad idea. They have reduced the recoil a little bit, so in a fairly recent patch, the devs made it a little bit weaker, but reduced the recoil a little bit too, and I think it's actually nicer to use now than it was. The problem with full auto in the past anyway, I've not used it so much lately, but with the Vega, if you had it on full auto, even whilst trying to control the recoil, after 3 shots you're like up here somewhere, you know. So normally I've always used it in semi-auto, but just like fired it like you would fire an SKS, like if you just tapper, the recoil doesn't seem to be anywhere near so bad, it's much more controllable. So that's how I play the Vega, I use it as if it's an SKS. I do the same, to be fair, with the FAL. There you go. Look, to be fair. Right? There's a to be fair. When I've got the LAR or the FAL, depending on what you call it, I never use that full auto. I always tap it as well. It's just nicer to use for me. Stalker 2 hype. Yeah, I don't know about Stalker 2. I wouldn't mind giving it a whirl. I have to have a look at it, I suppose. It comes out tomorrow, doesn't it? I haven't even looked at pre-ordering it or ordering it or anything. I probably could have gone and requested a key, but I haven't done that either, you know? I've done nothing. So, I won't be requesting a key, I'll just buy it, but... SSG, so somebody was here and dropped... Somebody was here and dropped the SSG in favour of something else, like a probably a Blazer or a Tundra or similar. Is Stalker 2 on Steam, or do you have to buy it direct from the people making it, or do you have to buy it from another? What store do you buy it from? It's on Steam. Oh, that's nice. It makes it so much easier if you can just buy it on Steam, right? I know it's really stupid, but there's so many stores now. When it's on Steam, it's like a massive bonus for grumpy old twats like me. Use PC Game Pass, pay for 1 month. I could do. I can, strictly speaking, I can buy games out of my business account, right? If I buy Stalker 2, I'm buying it to stream, so I can just buy it out of the business anyway. So I'll probably just buy the game and pay for it on my business card. Like, why not? You know, it is a justifiable expense. I'm buying it to stream it.
BIOS update successful. Keep on
yeah,
running.
it seems to be. It's hard to know whether the performance that I'm seeing today is to do with that. And I was getting way better performance last night, but definitely my rig is running way better today than it was yesterday. At this time, anyway. It's like night and day. Right, do I need... I could quickly drink at the well. It's a really dangerous well, this one. Am I able to write that off your taxes
I
in the
was
UK?
wondering why the ball was getting bigger. Then it hit me.
Well, it depends what you do. I think you'd have a hard time writing off video game purchases on your taxes if you're like I don't know, a shop that's selling vapes or something. But if you're a streamer, by profession, you'll be able to write off buying a game as a business expense in America as well. Of course you would. If you're buying the game to stream it and that's your job, of course you can write that off. It's a viable expense. And I'm not going to play it off stream. If I play Stalker, I'll stream it. Oh. Do I play official and community servers? I'm on a community server right now, but I play both. What breed is the dog? He's a Welsh Springer Spaniel. When did we get from hating Steam to loving it? Well, I've only ever known Steam, so I wasn't a PC gamer in like the time you've said there, Tiny Cat. So I've never really hated Steam since, like, I've not really been a gamer on PC since before 2014. So, I guess, if you say that Steam is the Netflix of video gaming, and now there's like an untold number of other stores like Ubisoft and Uplay or whatever else there is. I don't even... There's a lot of different ones. Or you've got Tarkov who want to sell you the game directly or whatever. You tend to like the one that you can get most things from and it's just easier, I suppose. I use a combination, dude. Emery's, do I use the DZSA launcher or not? I like the DZSA launcher. It has some benefits over the official launcher. If I know what server I'm going to use and I can do it easily, I'll use the official launcher. If I have any issues with mods or something not working, I'll use the official launcher to fix it. But if I don't know what server I want to join, let's say I just fancy playing, I don't know, today I fancy playing Livonia, it's much easier to use the DZSA launcher because I can select Livonia servers, filter for high pop, and it just works way quicker. If you tried to look for Livonia servers in the official launcher, you could wait 10 minutes and still not see all the servers, you know, it's just too slow. So if I know where I'm going, I tend to use official. If I don't know where I'm going, I tend to use DZSA. Kind of hoping this won't reset my game folder now. Hopefully we should be on the way in now. It's 4 o'clock. I nearly lost that waiting room screen earlier, Patrick. I kind of lost it for a while. It's why the stream was delayed.
Love your content. Keep it up.
Debo, thank you for the 4 months. Mizon, thank you for the 12. Jack of Spades, Evil Ethan, thank you very much. And Zenith, thank you again. You're very, very kind, guys. Thank you. Hopefully I can get away with this.
"23 months and going. Keep on running."
We've got that bug again. There we go, fixed it. Deagle. Duffster, dude, thank you very much for the 23 months. I feel like I've not really checked in here properly, but anyway. What I'm here for is this shop. I'm hoping we'll find a scope. Or a weapon cleaning kit. Oh my god, another fucking gun. I can't stop finding guns today, but scopes on the other hand, they don't seem to exist. I could do with that electrical repair kit to fix the PU scope, and I have got the PU, but it's not ideal with that damage. It's far from ideal. I still ought to put it on the Mosin, I think. Let's just do that. Just amazing. My channel set, just to qualify, my channel set for 4 minutes of adverts every hour. That's how it's set. It usually splits it into 2 different segments. But whether you get 6 adverts in one of the segments or whether you get 3, the time is the same. It just means the adverts will be shorter. But it's 4 minutes every hour. Believe you me, compared to a lot of channels, that is low. There's plenty of channels doing 7, 8, 6 minutes an hour. Plenty, you know, like I've set it to 4. Shazam, thank you very much for the resub. Just amazing. The streamer actually gets 55% of the advertising revenue, so that's not entirely true. And whatever the revenue is from the advert, the streamer gets 55% and Twitch gets 45%. So they are pretty fair with it, I think. Your friend said he gets 5 cents. Well, that means your friend's probably not making much money for Twitch then. But if you play a minimum amount of ads per hour, they have like a setting. I don't know if it's 3 minutes or 4 minutes. I forget. But if you play what they consider the minimum amount of ads per hour, then they give you 55% of the revenue. That's why I'm playing adverts. And that's the same for all streamers, providing you play the right amount of adverts, I believe. Certainly all affiliates and whatnot. The reality is, though, you need advertising revenue requires a large amount of views to get any money. Obviously, you know, if you've got, you need to have hundreds and hundreds, or ideally thousands of people watching for it to become significant. Anyway, I don't want to talk about ads. I'm sure you don't either. Ben, thank you very much for the support, dude. Zesty, thank you very much too. Well, I'm going to say one more thing. Of course, the advertising revenue is based on the views. You know, they're not going to pay you hundreds and hundreds of dollars if nobody watches. Just like YouTube, you're going to get paid per view. So, like, you get like a little tiny incremental amount of money per advert play, effectively, and it adds up to like per 1,000 view. But you need to be getting thousands and thousands of views a day for it to add up to anything. You know, like. Otherwise, they're not going to pay you because no adverts are playing if nobody's watching, right? That's how YouTube works, obviously, as well. So this could have been a convoy spawn. Unfortunately, it's not a convoy spawn. I'm going to just go towards the summer camp, I think, and we'll try. I really want the cleaning kit to try and get everything going so I can use the SKS. If I can get that going, I can drop the Vega. Maybe we can go and try and find an AK-101. I can use the AK-101 as well, but we'll see. Next base you find, I want to see you raid it, please. Good luck with that one, Joseph. I'll need a shitload of grenades. So if I find enough grenades, we'll see. But I don't have the relevant shit for raiding right now. I did do a base raid in Saturday's YouTube video. Interestingly enough, I had a really interesting comment on Saturday's video, moaning that I just play the game and I play for the life I'm on and I don't build bases and I don't raid bases and it's really dull. And I shouldn't just play the game I like. I should be building bases and raiding them. And why don't I ever raid a base? And moaning and moaning and moaning about it in the very video where I actually did raid a base. First time I've done a base raid in about fucking 2 years, and the dude moans that I don't raid any bases. Fucking hell, you've really picked your moment there, son. You ain't watched the video, have you? First time I've done a base raid. The last time I did a base raid was that video with the Berezino base builders. It was like, I think the title of the video was something like Getting Revenge on Base Building Bandits or Coastal Base Builders or something like that. And it's not often I raid a base, but I often play on servers, probably like this one, where there are no bases. So I could be wrong, but I don't think there's bases on this server, so I'll have a hard time raiding a base because I ain't going to see one. Didn't the last base you raided, you blew yourself up? That was the second to last, so the third to last actually. So I raided a base on Sakal Official, and that was in Saturday's video. I raided a base on Berezino on one of Spaggy's Chernarus servers. And then before that, the last time I tried to raid a base, I killed myself trying to do it, yeah. Ben, Zesty and Hermit, thank you very much for the resubs. Ads? What ads?
I might not have a boiler that's working and heating my home in this cold weather, but at least I have TRMZ to keep me warm on Twitch.
Well, I hope you get that sorted. That's not good, is it? I saw that you raided the wood wall site. Also, how long do you play DayZ for weekly, do you think? Joseph, I tend to stream on a normal week, ideally 5 days. I'm probably averaging 7 to 8 hours per day. So somewhere between 35 and 40 hours a week, roughly. Sunday streams are usually shorter, 5 to 6 hours. Monday streams are usually longer, 9 to 12 hours. And then the others are sort of 6 to 8-ish, roughly. Gorf, that's pretty much it, yeah. I should be raiding or building bases and never talking about myself. Oh my god. On the subject of myself, I woke up this morning. I slept in a bit late this morning. I woke up about 9:30 and I had my arm like above, my right arm was like above my head and like kind of jammed in against the headboard. I don't know how I got myself in that position, but I was in this really weird position and I've got like the worst cricked arm ever. Like my right, just below my shoulder and inside my right arm, it's so fucking sore. I must have been sleeping like it for fucking ages, and my arm is really not it's so, like, you know, you get cricked neck sometimes. Well, I've got a cricked shoulder / upper arm. It's horrible. I must have been lean peaking in my dreams, yeah. During COVID, I did that and pinched a nerve. Took weeks to heal. Well, at your age, Redline, I'm not surprised. At my age, I should think I'll be right as rain by tomorrow, you know. But that's the way these things go. There's another convoy spawn here. Okay, Tyson. So I'm here to loot the summer camp sheds. I'm just going to quickly check if there's any dead zombies over by the barracks and whatnot. I ain't seeing no zombies at all. Which should mean that we're safe to go in and have a look. Oh, I can't go over under there. My head's too fat. going to start with this house, just because I can look from the far side. This house could really do with a window in the back wall somewhere, couldn't it? It would be great. Like, somewhere here. It would be good to have a window. I'm guessing no zombies are spawning at the moment, like, because there's no space for any more to spawn, because there should be some. So let's make hay while the zombies don't spawn, and loot the shit out of it. So what are we after here? We're after a weapon cleaning kit and a scope. There's a bear. Be a bit careful about bear traps. Right. Okay, so now we've got an SKS as a good secondary now, which is much better than a Vega. I did die possibly to a cheater, just amazing. We don't know for sure, but I just carried on. I geared back up again, that's how. I didn't log out and give up there. I carried on for another hour and a half or 2 hours or whatever it was and got gear again. That feels pretty good. I feel pretty happy about having the SK. I need to fix this in my bag. I think just for now I'm going to go with it like that. Door's actually open, but but still, you can, because of the rail that I've got for the Mosin, if I can find the equivalent of the hunting or the long range scope, if I can find the equivalent of that on this server, I can put it on the Mosin, which would be great. I'd also like to find some more Mosin rounds as well. I've only got 8 spare, so there's still some things worth looting for, but the cleaning kit has really helped. I will drop all of the shotgun shells, but I just don't want to drop the mag and the shotgun shells in the same area as I left the Vega. That seems a bit stupid. There's the scope. But now we've got a Mosin with a hunting scope effectively, which is great. Just need a few bullets. This has turned out pretty well, hasn't it? So what I really think I ought to do now is start heading back more towards the coast. I need to find a radio. I feel like maybe the northeast airfield might be a place for that. Maybe. I don't know. I found, like I was saying yesterday, I found a radio at the prison island. So maybe we could try and find a boat and then go to the prison island too. There are oil rigs on this server. The oil rigs sometimes have radios as well by all accounts. So maybe I'll just loop my way back towards the coast and then try and find a boat. I thought you can only use a PU scope with the Mosin. You can, like I was just saying, this server has a different... So this is a modded server. And it has, like, rail mounts that you can put on the Mosin. So it allows you to... You can use the PU scope straight on the Mosin like you would on vanilla. Or if you can find the rail mount, which is called a Kochetev mount, it allows you to put the scopes on it. So the server doesn't have hunting scopes either. It has a scope that's called a a Mark III HD, which is basically the same as a hunting scope, but it fits on the rail. The flip side of that is that if you find a blaze or a tundra, you need a rail in order to use the scope, but most of them seem to spawn with rails, so you need a rail for the tundra and you need a rail for the mosing. Ominous. Well, I don't think we really know about whether, like I said yesterday, the dude that took the shots, I feel like that might be just an issue with the slugs. The guy that actually killed me, and the way that the dude that was taking the shots behaved was somewhat spurious. So Redline put in a ticket for us, and unfortunately they've not got to the ticket yet, but they can have a look and they can make their own mind up. But I don't think, I think just the damage to the player itself doesn't make me think the dude was cheating in any way, no. But the way the dude was trying to shoot, it felt like the dude was trying to shoot me through the barrack, because he was shooting in a way that didn't make sense. It was like he was shooting at me, even though I was the other side of a building. And then when he finally got in the open, he killed me with the very first shot. It's like he lasered me in the head while I was side on running. So the dude that killed me could have been, but I don't know. That's why you put in tickets and let people have a look, you know. So yeah, if they look at the ticket, I'll let people know, but it's not happened yet. Paul, do you think it's gross when I switch to black tea from coffee for the day and I don't wash my cup? Yes. Yes, I do. Roop, thank you for the 5 months. Amen, your girl. Thank you very much for the prime. Cheers, both of you guys. Thank you very much. What map am I on right now? It's always in the title of the stream. This is Chernarus. It's a modded Chernarus server, hence the snow. .126, the new update came out today, Novi. I'm probably going to try Sakal a bit later. Though I do need to loot a radio. I guess I could find one anywhere, really, but I usually find radios more in... I think the Northeast Airfield is a really good place to go. Maybe those 4 civilian barracks that are just up this way as well. I think looting around here hoping to find a radio is probably no good. I could loot the bit down the bottom there where the Ferris wheel and whatnot is. That's probably a good idea, but finding a radio in a random house is probably a bit of a hopeful expectation. Northeast Airfield, police station maybe, in that kind of area. That's probably a smart thing to look, place to look. No, wrong one. Definitely need 5 more bullets. I don't have enough of those. Quick look for players. Copy. So I had quite a lot of water when we were in Kamensk town. And I'm still white with the gap on water, so I think I'm just going to have some more in a sec. I maybe could have hunted one of those deers as well, because I'm... problem with hunting a deer. I guess I can put the AK-101 back in on my back, but hunting a deer would be a tiny bit of a ball ache right now, I think. I could just do that, couldn't I? I could just swap that and put that there. I don't think I need the compass.
TRMZ heart.
I should probably make a fire. I might do it in this shed.
Damn how time flies. What sandwiches you had today?
No sandwiches. I'm not having sandwiches at the moment. I'm trying to eat much less processed food. I'm just trying to eat a bit healthier. Not doing a great job of it so far, but I'm trying. So I had no breakfast today. I got up, like I said earlier, I got up a little bit late. I went on the PC and did the BIOS update and whatnot, and then we went and walked the dog, and then I had a 3-egg omelette for lunch. And that's it. So I've had lunch and no breakfast today. But I was up late and I was busy, so I actually didn't feel very hungry. I was okay. I felt hungry when I had the omelette, but I did have something that was processed in the omelette though. So we had some pancetta left. So I had some pancetta. I had pancetta and pea omelette. It was pretty good. Pancetta was a little bit salty, but can't you let Toby walk himself? Well, his recall's pretty bad as it is. Can you get farm fresh eggs? There are a few places locally, like farm shops and whatnot, that are selling them piston broke. There's a few different ones you can get from the supermarket that are substantially better than the others, but they're not cheap, you know. Like you can get Burford brown eggs from the supermarket, which, to be honest, I don't buy for omelettes. But if I'm wanting like poached eggs or something, they're really, really good, and they have the most deep orange yolk. They really taste great. But Burford browns are like something like £3.50 or so for 6. It just seems a lot of money, you know. Like I don't know. So I tend to just get whatever looks value that's free range. Yeah, Burford browns are amazing. They're really, really good, and you can obviously get them in the supermarket, but they have like really deep orange yolks, and they do taste great. But they I don't know. Like I'm having 2 eggs a day at the moment. Like it's not like I can't afford it, but I just like I'm happy enough with a pack of £2 eggs rather than £3.50. You know. Does that mount fit on the 101? I thought I found a mount at a heli. Oh, I died. There is a mount that fits on the AK-101, but not any of the ones I've got. That mount goes on the... it says universal, but it goes on the Blaze. It won't go on this. There's another mount that goes on AKs. I forget the name of it. It used to be called a Zenit mount. It may still be called that on this. I can't remember, but... Lunch, what time is it there? It's 4:25 PM. Yeah, Sol, I should think the eggs are slightly different here. America is such a big place, so what's allowed in terms of treating things like chickens and possibly even eggs is a bit different, because like if you're packing eggs in the center of America and they're going to the edge of America, they can be traveling thousands of miles, right? Or they could be going from one side to the other. It could be traveling 3,000 miles or whatever. So the rules that you guys have on what's allowed and what's not allowed with like preserving food is very different to us, because we're a little island and we don't require the same, like the eggs. Like if someone's making eggs in the UK, like there isn't really much more of a distance likely than 200 miles from wherever they are, you know. Really, not quite true. Like they could be grown in Newcastle and go into Torquay or something, but it's unlikely. What do you prefer, DayZ or 7 Days to Die? Brody, I am a DayZ fanboy. I've never played 7 Days to Die. It's not really my kind of game. More of a single player slash play with some mates, you know. In 7 Days to Die, you're normally playing against the PCs, aren't you? I don't think it's true open world even still, is it? I don't think so, but you could be wrong. But 7 Days to Die is much more of a AI threat rather than real world interacting with players that you've never met before. And DayZ's much more of a story game where you're making a story out of who you meet and what happens, you know. Most eggs here in the Midwest don't come from more than 50 miles away. Dirty Wally, I'm sure that's the case, but I'm just kind of saying that the way that food is treated in America, the rules are a bit different because of what can happen, right? So, like, for example, your chicken is allowed to be bleached in America and it's not allowed to be over here, you know, just as one example. Because we don't require that. Vengeful, yeah, but you can play with random dudes in 7 days today. I don't think you're on like a server with 60 players and then you meet them. Don't you join and then play? I don't know. I've not played. 7 days today used to be like on your own or with a group of mates and you join a server, right? And then you build a base and defend against the waves of zombies. Maybe it's different now and you join as a solo and there can be 60 people on the server, but it didn't used to be that way, you know. I've never played it, like I say. Local here in Torquay. Wow, there you are. Just the first coastal place a long way from Newcastle I could think of. Right, my outfit's looking a bit better. Very misty. Oh shit, fuck that up. There's a player down there. I'm pretty sure there's a player. He might come up this way. I've lost... Oh, there he is. No gun in hand. I don't know. Maybe I could break his leg and interrogate him. That could be kind of fun. He did get a gun out, so I chose to shoot. I don't have many regrets about it. But kind of my whether people like it or they don't, my method of deciding whether I shoot or not in places like this is whether they have a gun in their hand or not. Got some Mosin rounds. Let's just add them on there. I'm just going to come away from the body for a split second. He might have a buddy or something, so rather than stay there and loot him, I'm just going to come up here for a minute.
What do you call a deer with no eyes?
No idea. No idea at all. Not one. Real, thank you very much for the resub. Red, thank you for the bits. Very, very kind. Huxley, Shibby, Davey, Roop, thank you very much for the resubs too. I should think that absolutely crapped his pants as well. He wasn't expecting anything, I don't think. I don't think the dude had seen me. I don't think so. But I should imagine that death, just as he's vaulting, like, out of the blue like that. That is a real, like, oh my god, heart in your mouth type moment. Not sure what gun he had in his hands. It looked quite long. It could possibly be a Mosin. It might have been something else, but... if it is a Mosin, he'll have some more bullets in that as well. It's a repeater. Poor guy. I don't think he had a buddy. Be nice if he had a radio, wouldn't it? That would be really, really good. Decent PU scope on him. I don't need any of that shit. Let's just take this. No. Better gloves, we'll have those. Head torch might be useful. Could use that as well. Worn. What condition is mine? Pristine. Okay, no thanks then. let's just get back in this house for a sec. There's not much in this bag that I need, I don't think, but I'd rather just take it here. What I really wanted was that. I want the suppressor, it's pretty useful. Badly damaged though, so it's not going to last very long. I'm not wasting my half a cleaning kit on it either, so it will last as long as it lasts, basically. Alright, somebody will find that at some point and they'll get a little bit of Brucey bonus loot. They'll be like, oh, PU scope, wow, fuck me. Someone will be very happy, you know, lucky them. So I fired one Mosin round and I got 5 from the
Robin
dude.
Hood
So
donated $20. Thanks for the entertainment.
we netted 4 bullets out of that deal. I suppose that's okay. Robin Hood, thank you very much for the support. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Very, very kind. Real, thank you very much as well. And Red, thank you again. So I'm pretty sure he looted here. But nonetheless, we ought to have a little look. He might not have wanted a radio. So may not have taken it, you know, like... Should we just check these cars? Like sometimes like you'll find a radio on a backpack like that. That's been dropped by a player. It didn't spawn there. You can sometimes find a radio, like a lucky radio, on a bag. It's a drivable car with a BK-18 in it. Five bullets. I've got loads of bullets. I don't really need them, but anyway. I wasn't going to shoot. I was going to try and get behind the dude rather than shoot. But when he went over the... When he went over the thing, it just gave me the easy opportunity to do so, because he was always going to pause, right? When you vault over a fence like that, you're sort of stationary for a brief moment. So it gave me the opportunity I needed. Alright, so... I might as well repair a couple of things with this. I'll repair the Mosin scope. Even though it's only damaged, I might as well repair it. I'll repair that. Probably won't ever use it, but you never know. When is the next Lights Out event? It won't be this year. Apparently, Muller was talking to one of the people behind it. There may be one early next year, but they had a single day Lights Out on Saturday, a couple of Saturdays ago, while I was still on holiday. There isn't going to be one in December, as far as I gather. Bebop, yeah. I'm going to be doing the charity stream on Sunday the 15th of December. On that as well, I heard back from... so I applied for Twitch front page for that day. From 4 PM till 12 midnight. So the stream will be 8 AM until midnight. And I've got that as well, which is cool. So I'm on the front page for 8 hours on that day, which is very cool. What's the charity for? Same as last year. It's for Alzheimer's Research UK, so dementia research. On the 29th, actually, I'm going to a laboratory in Cambridge. They're doing they're taking me and the missus to like a lab where they do the research, and I'm getting like a tour of the lab to kind of find out what they do and like see, which is going to be quite interesting, you know, like seeing what actually the money gets spent on, you know, is kind of cool. So that guy had killed a couple of Zeds. And that it's kind of nicely timed as well, because I'll be doing that, and then 2 weeks later I'll be doing the charity stream, so it'll aid me in having extra things to talk about, hopefully. Alice, no worries. Yeah, lots of people already know this, but my dad spent the last 3-4 months of his life in a care home as a result of dementia before he passed away, and so... the first of these streams was 3 years ago in December, and he passed a month later in the January. So I've been doing dementia in honour of my dad, if you like, since the month before he died. It's only one day a year, so it's usually one day in December, you know. Right, let's go this way. Any mate's going to play with you? Quack Attack. I can't really play with anyone else on that day. Because the actual alerts and the level of concentration required is like off the scale. I can't do Discord as well. I just couldn't talk with anyone in Discord. Coach Z, thank you very, very much for the support. Robin Hood, thank you for the gifted sub as well. And another one as well to Just Amazing and Fanny Miami as well. Cheers for doing that. And also another to Kiwi too. Robin, thank you for the tip and thank you for the gifted subs as well. You're very kind, dude. Thank you. That sucks. Sucks to hear, Lemon Squeeze. Yeah, I don't want to bring us all down too much on it, so I won't talk about it for too long. But my dad had a lot of mental health issues through his life, so he had serious mental health issues. He was classified as schizophrenic and manic depressive, which both have different names now. Like manic depression is called bipolar, but when he was diagnosed, that's what it was called, right? I think bipolar disorder. But he had, and he took like lithium for 40 years. But for the last 3 years of his life, he was probably degrading with dementia, and it just wasn't being spotted. So I think about 2 years before he died, he was sectioned for his mental health, but it probably wasn't his mental health that was causing the issues this time. It was because he'd been sectioned a few times in my lifetime. But it probably wasn't his mental health. It was probably the dementia, and it just wasn't being picked up by the doctors. Really annoyingly, he had a scan, and nothing really happened about the scan at all. And then my mum was just struggling and struggling and struggling with him, so she had an appointment with the mental health specialist doctor, like, and I went, and I was like, I just laid it all on the line and said, look, this is not right. My mum is not coping. My mum was a nurse in the NHS for 40 years. If anyone could cope, it would be my mum. She ain't coping with my dad. He's not the same as he was. Something is wrong. It's not his mental health. I've known him my whole life. He's never been like this. Please, can you do more than you're doing right now? And they looked into it, and they went and looked at this scan, and it showed dementia in the scan, and the scan was 18 months old. And we didn't know, and neither did they, you know. It was so annoying. It showed, like, I don't know what the right word is, but the decay in his brain. And it had been in this scan that he'd had a while ago, but nobody had fucking picked it up. So the mental health people were just treating his symptoms, you know. They thought it was that. They didn't correlate it as dementia. But yeah, that was. But where I'm going with that is, while he wasn't sudden onset,
keep on freezing
like,
while running.
Mum was struggling with him for about a year, and then he went in a care home around October, and he died in the January. So it actually was relatively quick because it just wasn't diagnosed. The downside of that is that if he'd been diagnosed earlier, he could have had medication that would have slowed it, you know. So there's no cure for dementia, but you can have meds that will slow the onset of it. But he didn't get diagnosed, you know, which sucks. Simran, thank you for the 48 months. You're very, very kind. Jacko, that's incredibly kind. Really, really kind indeed. Thank you for the kind words as well, dude. Save it for the charity stream, by the way. It's Sunday the 15th of December. Thank you very, very much, Jacko. Robin Hood, thanks again. 10 subs. Holy shit. Thank you. Yeah, Harfoot. It's not easy for the people making diagnosis, but it is like you do definitely with the NHS. You do have to persist, you know. Like you hear it. Like my mum was talking about somebody shooting. What the is that at? I don't know what those shots were at. Right, well, I'll try and pick the conversation up a bit later. Let me just investigate those shots for now. I'd expect those to be at the 4 civilian barracks. Like, what was that? What were those shots at? Like, I don't think it could have been wolves. I think the shots were about where we are now. I don't think they were much higher up the hill.
Bigfoot.
I guess they could have been at the top, but I don't think so. And it's only somebody shooting a few rounds of a pistol. It might... Oh, no, maybe it was here. That's where I was thinking the shots would have been, if they were anywhere. Very quick shots. Maybe someone shooting a zombie or something. It could have been like someone with a pistol shooting a new spawn. It could have been that as well. I expect the shots were here. Did sound more like they were a bit to the left though, but if that was somebody killing a player, they could be. It could have been. I don't know. It didn't sound inside, did it? I don't think the shots were inside either. I don't know. I certainly don't think it could have been somebody shooting wolves or something. I don't know. What I'm after though is a radio, so I'm just going to go in. If there's a dude around here with a pistol, I'll be incredibly unlucky to not just kill him. Given that I'm rocking an SKS and they've got a shitty pistol. And I have a plate carrier and a helmet.
Also, someone said they are in the middle building.
I don't build bases very much, no, because you can't do that while you're streaming. So yeah, no base building while streaming. Not easily, anyway. Come and have another little look, but... Anyway. When I base building while streaming, couples, it would be the equivalent of playing hide and seek, but telling the person that's going to come and find you where you're going to hide. Like, one of the things that's important for base building is that people can't easily find your base, right? If I'm streaming me building a base to 6,000 people, or 5,000 people, or however many it might be on the day, depending on the day and whatever, you know, like, the chances of me, like, having that base the next day I come back are none, you know, like, it's just not going to happen. Well, I really don't understand. So, there's a few servers that have more RP style or more base safe. There are servers that have rules that make bases really safe, or you have to really work hard to raid them and whatnot, but even still, even if somebody couldn't raid my base, like if I'm in the base, people know where that base is, it wouldn't be very hard for people to wait outside and wait for me to leave and stuff. It's just having a focal point where you keep returning to over and over again is just a license to get stream sniped, basically. Well, I don't think whoever was around was in this middle barrack. This is the middle one, obviously. If they were, I'm pretty sure the doors would be open. I'm just looking for a radio. I don't think we're going to find one. Base building is a cool mechanic for those that want it. It doesn't really suit me. I much prefer playing like a One Life adventure style anyway. If I was going to do base building, I'd have to do it not streaming. And I just don't play DayZ not streaming is the honest truth. If I play DayZ, I stream it, you know. You sneaky fucker. It's a fucking good job I was aiming properly there, wasn't it? He's got a radio as well. It's a good job that because of the shots, I was actually clearing it correctly. And it's a scorpion. A scorpion could actually mince me pretty badly. Oh, dear me. That radio is an absolute fucking beautiful find, by the way. I suppose you have a sewing kit, do you? Because you've damaged my jacket, you fucker. I wonder if the dude baited me then. Like, maybe... maybe not baited me, but baited someone, right? Like, it felt like bait, doesn't it? Like, those shots and then the guy's just lying prone in here. That's not me saying that the fucker was watching the stream. I've got no evidence for that. I'm not saying that, right? But it felt like those shots now, in hindsight, were possibly bait. Maybe that just for anybody, you know? Nothing to do with me. Right, no sewing kit. Call it harsh, but I'm not letting him have his fucking gun back, bastard. He can forget it. Is suppressor any good? I don't think he's got a suppressor, has he? No. Right. I'm not going to fuck around for a few extra bullets. Let's just go. On the gun, I don't think he's got a suppressor on the Scorpion. I can't actually see the Scorpion. There's no suppressor on it. That's just the end of the barrel. The Scorpion's actually kind of fucked. He's like died with it in his hand. And it's not there. You can't see it on the floor. If I cut him up, I think that Scorpion's going to vanish. That's usually what happens. So the Scorpion's gone anyway, but it didn't have a suppressor. And we heard the shots from the Scorpion. That's what he used to bait me, and it's also what I think it was. But it wasn't suppressed when he shot me with it either. Was it visible in the tab? I didn't see it, but you're probably right. Doesn't matter, it didn't have a suppressor anyway. Yeah, I'm quite pleased that I was actually clearing properly there. I don't normally, do I? You know, like, obviously with the shots being around. The other thing, I did talk about the doors being closed in one of the middle barrack, the doors were closed, but the very end barrack, the doors were open. So somebody had looted one barrack and not the other, right? So it did perk my interest a bit more because of that. You know, like somebody was midway through looting. I think I got baited there. Thankfully, I did the right thing and cleared the doors properly. Great. Kentori, thank you very much for the support. FX Raven, Dallas, thank you as well. Right, so
hey
that
Paul,
dude has just gifted me that. That's amazing.
Do you think you can be less opinionated and less loud, please? I do love the drawn-out sounds from the zombies. Keep on running, dude.
I'll do my best. I promise. I'll make an effort. You troll fucker. Yeah, I'll try to do that. I must be really fun in real life. I'm always talking about me.
Not that matters. Each penny matter. But is the donations good amount? 2. DE did last year and been following the news email they send. Cheers.
GBR, I presume you mean for Alzheimer's research. Yeah, it really does help. Alzheimer's research do a lot of stuff. They fund a lot of research, not just in the UK, but they fund research in like labs in last time I checked, I haven't checked this year yet, but they're funding research in America into dementia and all sorts, you know. But they're a massive charity specifically focused on finding cures and finding things to help with it. So that one just seemed, it really struck a chord with me. There's loads of great charities out there, but focusing on one that can try to help get rid of it seemed like a really cool thing. So yeah, they do help. I'm really proud to be able to do it. I've got some setting up to do on it, and I've got a little bit of tinkering to do. So last year I had a few prizes for the top single donators. I can't do that this year because I've learnt a bit more about it, and strictly speaking, you're not allowed to do that, it turns out. So, oh shit, player with a gun in hand. Hell, this performance has helped me shoot straight, if you ask me. I don't know if there's a second player or not. I only saw one, but the dude could have a buddy, so I'm just going to come around to the right for a second. That was cool. I get the feeling that they'd just spotted me, or they were certainly looking, I don't know what, but they looked like they were just spotting me as I fired. I don't see anyone else, unless they're just like dug in, like prone into one of these trees. I don't think there's anybody else. DayZ, Kentori, FX Raven, Dallas, GBRL, thank you very much, all of you guys. Cheers for the support. Really, really appreciate it. I don't think they spoke. I don't think the dude spoke at all. I'm going to struggle to find the dead guy now. Not exactly sure. I think it was a bit more closer to the hunting stand, but I don't really know. I'm going to struggle to find the fucker. I would like to loot them though, because I might get myself a few more Mosin rounds. I'm not exactly sure where they were. Somewhere over there, maybe? I don't know where the fucker is. I really don't know where the dude fell. And you do have flies on this server, so I can always wait and then run around and wait till I hear the flies, but that could be like 10 minutes away yet. I could go up on the hunting stand as well. And I stopped in a tree, but I don't remember where. I don't remember seeing that hunting stand. I think it was more to the right, but I have no fucking clue. I can't remember at all. I feel like it's somewhere around there-ish. I don't know. Next to the tree in the forest. Yeah, all this is very good advice. And I'm sure the dude had just come from that hunting stand. I don't remember where they are at all. I wasn't really focused on where the guy was exactly. I shot them, and then I just wanted to be sure there wasn't another player. And I'm not really sure how close to the edge they were. I can't even remember. I don't think they were deep in trees like this either. I'm going to get in here and have a look from the Like, you can see through the grass when you get a tiny, tiny bit of height. Oh, he definitely died. Most kills in the stream that I can remember. There's a two-parter on Essica. About 27. And then there was another run on Eden, was it? Or some other kind of tropically type map where I got about 20 on the same life. Go up the hill to the grass stops rending. I don't think that will work because the trees will start getting in the way. I don't know exactly where this dude was. I think he probably came this way somewhere. I might have been a bit further back than I realised. Lux. Yeah, Lux was the map. They're both on YouTube. I think the Lux one is unedited. Yeah, I'll just quickly check the last kill feed and then see. I can't fucking work it out. I'm sure we've got it clipped. If I just get in these trees, I'll have a look. It's going to be easier than anything else. Before I do, though, let's try one. The problem with, yeah, like I was saying, getting further away, like, I can't get high enough so that I can see where the grass has stopped.
He's lying next to the snow and green grass, trust me.
Lying next to the snow and green grass, that seems legit. And I killed them from about this far away. I don't remember what I stopped in. The angle I had was about this, I think. It was about this. Last kill feed is meta. No, it's not, dude. It's not meta if it was on my screen. That's horseshit. You're not getting meta if you're... Meta is being fed info from another stream, not checking your own footage back of what you saw. I would like to find it, though. I am going to check the last kill feed if I need to in a minute, but I'd like to find the fucker anyway, just so that I have, you know, it's annoying me. Tell you what I could do. I could just go over there and then aim back. That will work, won't it? If I get just into the forest on the other side, that should work. I just passed him, did I? Blimey. Oh, well. Right, let me have a look. Kentori! Lying next to the snow on the green grass. Blimey. 10-4. So, next to the little pine tree. There you go, look. So I didn't even do... You need to do your meta. Which isn't meta, by the way, but anyway. So if I could run through there, go past the little pine tree. It's a little bit beyond and slightly to the left. Let's do that then. Thank you, Kentori, dude. Thank you again. Cheers for the support, guys. I was literally standing on him, was I? Well, there we are. Oh, God, how easy is he to see from here? Holy shit, I can see him even now. Box of rounds, that's good. Right. The food is handy. I could do with that. The box of 308, I guess, is it's not the gun, it's not the bullets I could have done with, but what's a little frustrating is I suppose I could have, if I'd no, I've now got 28 bullets for the Tundra, which we saw earlier. You know, I wish I had the Tundra now and not the Mosin, I suppose.
Another month down.
That's handy. I can fix my jacket as well. You better have the Ark of the Covenant for all that trouble. Well, the dude doesn't have, unfortunately, but I really like this jacket. It's my favourite jacket right now, so I can fix my favourite jacket. And he had a couple of cans of food as well, which is both pretty decent. Well, a can and a half of food. When am I playing official again? Pretty much any time I play Sakal, other than yesterday, I'm playing official. Last week I played Livonia official and got killed by a hacker after 5 hours, so I'm not desperately running back to Livonia or Chernarus official at the moment. It seems not such a great idea. Pat, AK-101 mags should be tier 4 as far as I know. I think and tier 3 as well, but Wobo's website can tell you for sure. I think Wobo has like a loot finder section on his website, and it'll tell you what spawns where, so you can go and look to see where the 101 mag spawns. But it might be tier 3 and 4, in which case it could be the airfield or the whole of the airfield. Or it could even be like Troitsky Military Base or West Evac or Mishkino, but if it's tier 4, then it's basically Tissy and a couple of areas of the airfield around where the broken planes are, basically. Right, so what we're doing now then is going to look for a boat. I need to get a boat. That's the plan. I need a boat, and then we're going to go and try and find this first key card if I can. I'm going to need to make a fire fairly soon as well, otherwise any food that I eat is just not going to last at all because of the cold. Welsh Kevin, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the 27 months. Very, very kind, dude. Thank you. Oh, why I put that in there. I'll get it out of the way, I suppose. Got killed by a cheater today on basically vanilla. Well, make sure you report it to the server hosters. They'll probably be able to sort that out. Like, they won't be able to sort out the fact that you died, but at least they'll be able to ban the cheater so they don't do it to anyone else. Yeah, we're breathing in toxic bus battery fumes right now. Lovely. Yeah, I'm quite pleased to have got that BIOS update done anyway. It's kind of good. So now when people say, oh, you've got a 3900K, you better do the BIOS update, your PC will fry. At least now I can say I've done it, you know, and that's good. Have I got a sparkler? Yes, I found one yesterday. There it is. There she blows. Can never decide if I want to keep a Mosin or drop it for a Tundra. My only qualms about the Mosin is the PU scope. I prefer the hunting scope, but I feel the Mosin hits harder. What are your thoughts? I probably go for the Tundra more often than the Mosin. In theory, the Tundra is very, very, very slightly weaker than the Mosin, but in practice, it's the same. unless you shoot somebody at a particular range long ways away, they behave so close that they're the same. And I agree with you, the PU scope is really annoying. Does the average PC... No, it's not normally a good idea to mess with your BIOS, Richie. I wouldn't want to do it. I've never updated my BIOS in my life, but there is a known fault with 1300 and 1400 series graphics... Sorry, not graphics, processors. So there is a known fault with Intel processors, and it's to do with the way that they're set up. So they can... even when you're not using your PC very much, they can run too hot. And so if you update your BIOS, it's got new settings for the processor in it to stop them from doing that. So there's some kind of bug with them which can be cured if you update the BIOS on your motherboard. So unless you've got a particular CPU, there's no reason to update your BIOS. Yeah, updating the BIOS was pretty easy, Garrett, to be honest. Joe, well, I think whether it's overvolting or whatever, they get too hot and it affects the lifespan of them. Does it really matter, dude? What I described still explains the situation enough, doesn't it, you know? Slowboard, I literally just answered your question about when I will play official again, like, about 2 minutes ago. Another month down. Thank you, Kevin, dude. Will I be watching the Starship launch at 6 today? Probably not. Probably not. I'll probably forget. I might do. I think it's going to be a lot more exciting when they're doing something like going to the moon and actually going, or do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't even know what Starship 6 is going to do. I'm maybe not as excited about it as I should be. This shed is texture hell. What do you mean? Look at that door handle. It's beautiful. COD 2? COD 1? I don't know. Right, that's bought me about 25 minutes of not needing to make a fire, I guess. So now we've got to go off and hope to find a boat. I don't know how easy it is to find a boat on Chernarus, but certainly the right approach is probably to get up towards Baziki, where it's most to the north, and then just travel south along the coast and just go the whole way and see what we see. It's been kind of cool today. Like, how many people have I killed? One in Sfagino, who didn't know it was coming, but had a gun in his hand. One in the barrack that was kind of baiting and had it coming for sure. And if I hadn't cleared the barrack properly, I'd be dead. And then that guy that again had his gun out, but didn't really know anything was going to happen. But nonetheless, that's kind of cool. We've only been on 2 hours and 3 people are dead, and I'm not. That's not a bad start, poor guys. The West End has a lot of boat spawns. Well, typically I'm on the northeast end. I feel like there's a good chance of a boat spawning in Baziki. It's just whether someone's took it or not. You know? I don't know. The biggest problem with all of these maps is that the boats... It depends. This is a community server, so the boats might reset quite often on here. I don't know, but... on official, it's where people leave them that's the issue. Like, people will... I think it's probably quite common that people get a boat and then go, like, around towards the southwest anyway, because it's probably a better place to start looting from your boat than anywhere else, maybe. I don't know.
TRMZ LURK love.
Do you ever think DayZ will switch to the Armory Forger engine? Well, the Armory Forger engine is a more advanced version of the engine that DayZ already uses. So, yes and no. Armory Forger is using the most up-to-date version of Infusion. DayZ uses a version of Infusion that kind of stopped updating in 2019. Roughly. So, I think DayZ one day will run on Bohemia's latest updated engine, but it'll probably be if they release a new game. I don't like Arma 4 is going to run on Infusion, like the full developed version of Infusion. I don't see them pushing that to a 10-year-old version of DayZ. I see them doing a new version of DayZ one day. That's what will probably happen in my guess. I can't wait for it. I think it's probably 3 or 4 years away at least though, but I can't wait for it when it does. So I think they've said that Arma 4 is 2027, is it? Or is it 2026? I forget. They announced a year for Arma 4 about a month or so ago. I think it was 2026, wasn't it? But we won't be seeing a DayZ 2 until a year after that at least. Was it 27? Oh, bollocks. Combat Zach, the peninsula they've added is only small. It's not. Don't get excited. They have added some cool things to Sakal. They've added like some military tents at the industrial area. They've added another little military checkpoint as well, and a few other tweaks to the map. But the peninsula they've added is not like the existing peninsula. You know, the one where the end game loot is. It's not like miles long. It's like 200 or 300 meters long tops, maybe even 100 meters. I don't know, but it. If you've ever watched me go across to the 2 islands on the southeast side, I've done it several times. I've gone out on the ice sheet to go across to these 2 islands, southeast side. They've made a peninsula that kind of goes about 2/3 of that way, so by the look of it, the peninsula they've added makes it easier to get to a couple of islands. Unless they've put anything dramatic on it, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Skellig, yeah, I'm a little bit throaty today. I hope I'm not getting sick, but I am a bit throaty, yeah. I've come a little bit too far across this way. I need to go more this... Oh, no, hang on. Oh, okay. I really am too soon. I was a lot further across than I thought. I thought I was nearer the coast than that. Fucking miles to go yet. I think Taviana is being used for a standalone game. I think that the people that made the Taviana map are making a game using Taviana, and so it's not available for DayZ. I believe, could be wrong, but I believe Erno and a few other like modders were working on making a version of Taviana, and I think as soon as it got close to being released, it got shut down. Now that's speculation on my part, but some people were working on a mod of Taviana, and I think they copyright struck it or whatever you do. I don't know. Because they're going to use that map for a separate game. They don't want it in DayZ. I've never played Taviana. When I played the mod, it was after standalone came out, and I only played Chernarus and Namalsk, and I only played a handful of hours of that. Jigsy Blue, thank you for the 2 months. Saracen, thank you very much for the 22 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Do you see yourself hopping on Blue Sky? A couple of people have been asking me that lately. Guys, I can answer this question without any of you getting political. So, if I go on Blue Sky, it's not because of politics. I'm in the UK. It's because it's a way to talk to people, and that's it. I do have a Blue Sky account, and I've had it for about a year. But I've not done anything with it yet, so I've had it for a while. I've been meaning to start, but it probably falls into the same category as everything else like I'm meaning to do, like I'm meaning to sort out a new merch store. I made $22.50 on merch sales for the whole of November. November on YouTube is my record month, so my best month ever was November, and my merch store made me $22. Which I think is about 5 sales, I think. So it just goes to, like, a lot of people saying, oh god, streamers, they make so much out of the merch. They make, maybe some do, but not me. I'm too dumb to put any effort in. But anyway, yeah, I do need to sort the merch store out. I want to get the merch store switched to fourth wall so that I can have it connected to YouTube, so that when somebody watches a video, underneath the video you can see that I'm selling mugs or t-shirts or whatever, you know, like, it would make sense, wouldn't it? But I just haven't got round to it yet. It's one of many things I haven't got round to. What is Blue Sky? It's just a different version of Twitter, set up by the guy, I forget his name, but the guy that started Twitter set up Blue Sky as like an alternative. Jack Dorsey, yeah, that's the name. When was the last time you edited a video, and if it was long ago, do you miss it? No, I don't miss it. I hate editing. I hate it. Fucking hate it. I like the end result, but I hate the process. It's dull. I edited a few before Finn came on, but I don't. It must be at least a year. Like, after Uncupa started editing, Uncupa had really bad hands for a good while. He still has some issues with them now. And so I ended up editing a couple of videos myself, but honestly, without going to my channel, I wouldn't be able to tell you the last one I edited, but I'm guessing it was a year or so ago. And I don't miss it at all. I fucking hate editing. I haven't liked editing for 10 years, you know. I probably liked it when I was learning how to do it, but editing is really laborious. It's not fun. Like, I used to have to, my schedule used to involve a Thursday, which was a work day, but it was for editing only. So I used to kind of do close to 6 days a week. Not quite as straightforward as that. One week I'd stream 5 times and have an edit day. The next week I'd stream 4 times and have an edit day. That's how my schedule used to be. And when I dropped those 2 edit days, it allowed me to do 5 streams a week, so an extra stream in theory, but drop the edit days, and so I got 2 days off a week, and I didn't have to edit. You know, it was like a great thing. The only thing I'd say to that is that although in theory I get 2 days off, you'd be surprised how many hours it takes, even when you've got an editor. You could easily call it 3 or 4 hours a week minimum on YouTube for the videos, even though I'm not editing. You know, like this video that came out on Saturday, it's an hour long. You know, it was an hour and 4 minutes long, so I have to watch that back. I have to type feedback up and type some amendments and changes and whatnot that I'd like to see. Sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less, but even just watching that back and typing up feedback, that's easily 2 to 2.5 hours at least. And then there's other stuff that goes into it as well, you know. But that's not me moaning, by the way, but it's surprising just how much, like, there is, and it always ends up being on a stream day as well, but yeah, it is what it is. Did you find yourself second-guessing your decisions when editing? Not really, NL Deck. I knew what... Like, you do what you do in the moment. I don't really... Like, sometimes you make a mistake and you can think about it afterwards, but I probably think about it in the aftermath of the encounter anyway, you know, and I think that's what most DayZ players will do. I think dissecting what happened and thinking about what maybe you could have done differently, or... Just for example, like today, I shot that guy with the Mosin. The one on the fence, I mean, at Scavenging. And I went straight to the body and picked up Mosin rounds, and then thought to myself, I'm here a bit too quick, what if he's got a mate? And ran to the house and waited a little while, you know, like, I probably should have waited in the first place, but waiting was still a wise move. Likewise, the dude I just shot before, the third guy, you know, I went to the body to make sure he was dead, or I went near to make sure he was dead, and then I had a quick scout around in case he had a buddy, you know, like, if I hadn't have done that, and then I'd have died on the body, it would have been easy to work out what I did wrong, you know, so... I think I normally dissect my decision making straight after it. And to be fair, my favourite saying,
Keep running, Paul.
about
Santa's
500
on
people
his
in the
way
chat
soon.
will dissect it for me and tell me what I did wrong in any given moment. Even when I won the fight, I'll still get that. So I get the dissection anyway. Crispy, thank you very much for the support. Santa's on his way, very nice. Cheers for the support, Crispy Ninja. Thank you for the 4-year inning. That's a long time, dude. Thank you. Daniel, you should be watching in 4K. That's why the quality's low. On YouTube, so on YouTube, anything below... Sorry, not 4K. You should be watching in 1440. The way YouTube works is it allocates the better codec to 1440p and above. So even if you're watching on a phone, watch in 1440p, the resolution still won't be quite that high, but you'll get the better codec and it will look much better. If you're watching in 1080p, you're not using the VP09 codec, you're using the regular one, and it's not as good. So the other thing as well is the bitrate. So 1440p is going to be 16,000 kilobits per second. Anything below that is going to be much less. Keep talking like that and your editor is likely to charge you more. I think I'm doing alright with what I'm paying the editors, don't you worry. I think we're doing okay so far. This windy tree business is a bit crazy, isn't it? Yeah, glad to hear it, Mark. Guess I could get lucky and get some mosing rounds in here, couldn't I? So this is quite a long run that we're doing here, kind of a bit out of our way as well. But do I have rope? I don't. Thinking about food, if I'm going to be running along the sea, maybe it would be wise to catch a fish or two. But maybe I can find a fishing rod. I don't know. Danish editor, yeah, I do. That's true. Hi Vigilante, yeah, it does. Twitch apparently are working on 1440p and higher quality streams, but it's taking them time.
TRMZ love.
It's too costly for them to just roll it out because of the way that Twitch works. So they can't just do higher bandwidth, because if the streams are higher bandwidth, they're going to be saved and they're going to take up more space when they're saved, and the cost is something they don't seem to have the ability to swallow. So they're working with NVIDIA to increase the stream quality using AV1, I think. So all being well, we'll be able to have 1440p streams with good quality. At a guess, I think early next year, like next year, mid to late winter, early spring would be a guess. But they can't just boost the bitrate for top lads. In theory, Larka, they kind of do. Like, I'm streaming on Twitch right now at 8,500 kilobits per second. That's a little bit like they say that the highest is about 6 and a bit, but you seem to be able to get away with about 8.5. You go any higher than 8.5, they don't save your VODs. So the VODs don't save, and you don't have them. So you kind of they kind of do just a touch, but 8,500 is not enough to do 1440p. Hunter stand below. Yeah, there is one near there. I think quite a few Zeds knocking around. I don't normally run this way anymore. Oh, there it is, yeah. I used to run out of the... Oh, there's quite a few Zeds. Maybe there's somebody in the town. There might be somebody else looking for boats, or there might be a boat with players or something, but it's surprisingly busy on the zombie front. Well, it's just as well we check that, isn't it? Crazy loot. Cryptic, I'm pretty sure I'm using AV1 on 16, yeah, on the... Pretty sure I am, I forget now, but I'd have to, I think I set it up that way, yeah. First degree, thank you for the 44 months. That's really, really kind, dude. Thank you. And Molly, cheers for the resub too. Molly. Thank you.
Greater than 3.
Have you only ever played official or tried community servers with PvP? This is a community server, Jigsy. I play quite a lot of community servers, but lightly modded ones, you know. I don't play like servers with trader bases and really heavy base building and infinite stamina very much. I've had a few runs on there's some servers I really like. The Aftermath servers are pretty decent if you want heavily modded. But they're infinite stamina, they're a little bit more modded than I would normally play. You know, so I don't go on those very much, but there's a few runs of me on YouTube. There's one that's unedited. It's a video of me unedited, but I got loads and loads of kills and logged out with like crazily large amounts of gear on the Aftermath servers. And it was on Livonia, and back then you could they were third person, so I played in first person all day and got loads of kills and got loads of gear. I got rich, I did. I went to the traders and I was selling stuff, and I got what felt like really good shit. And I had all the rubles you could ever want, and then I just logged off and never played on the server again. What's that then? Is that a rock or is that a bag? It's a rock. So I don't know where the boats spawn, but you'd think there would be a chance of a boat here. I'm going to have to loot these houses, I think, just to see if... And maybe the boats too, just to see if I can find a... might find a hook and a fishing rod or something, and we might have to catch a fish or two while I'm here. Look at the water, it looks... It's fine there. Look at it there, that looks fucking crazy. Making me go a bit dizzy.
I hate it. It's fucking laborious. I probably liked it more when I was learning how to do it. For you editing, for me talking, sorry, listening to Mrs. HTV debrief her endlessly dreary day of work, whilst I struggle to appear interested, yet my face seeks to betray me.
Every time. There's a few people nodding away going, oh, she's not seeing there. I think. I'm not in that category. I hasten to add, absolutely not. Cheers for the support, Headsy Ball. Thank you. Very honest too. Oh, the water's going funny here as well. It is. Okay, that's really weird, isn't it? You know, I've never been on this little bit of land here, and it's actually deadly. As a place you could come and just shoot whoever's looting these houses. God, there's a lot of Zeds, isn't there? So there's no boat. No boat today. I'm pretty sure you can fish outside of the map over there, Tiny Cat. Yeah, I can't check that right now, but I'm pretty sure you can. Clubfoot, thank you very much for the resub. Last Life Crisis, Nidix, what up? First degree, cheers for the resubs, all of you. Blindy Peeker, thank you as well. By order of the Blindy fucking Peekers. Oh, that's not so bad. No. Come on, play the game. Kind of hoping we'll find a fishing rod here, but Fronter's also pretty good. Give me a little bit. Oh my god, there's a lot of Zeds. There's another one. Holy shit, they're everywhere. Do the thing. Thank you. Drop that on the floor, didn't I? I honestly think, I'll be saying this for a day or two and then something else will crop up, but I'm finding the game easier to play today because of the changes I made with NVIDIA and whatnot. I'm getting frames, like, I'm getting better performance. It's not all jittery and weird. Because I've capped the frames to 120 and G-Sync is working, it's actually smooth. I was getting higher frames yesterday, but much worse performance, and something was going wrong. DayZ for me on my rig doesn't seem to work well. If you leave the frames uncapped, it just goes really haywire and doesn't like it whatsoever. And also doing the BIOS update maybe might have helped too, I suppose. I don't know, but nonetheless, I don't think I'm like, it's not like I'm suddenly Shroud or anything, but if you're trying to shoot and you're trying to shoot through kind of like jittery performance, it makes every shot harder, and I can feel the difference. It does feel better. Put that there for now. I think I am going to have to fish. That will help with that fishing, won't it? Oh, they're good, aren't they? If you want to be seen, pinky red gloves are the way. Pleb Cow, it's Shoes. Thank you very much for the resubs as well. Thanks a lot, guys. Am I playing in 1080? No, I play in 1440. Remco, so I have my frames set to in the NVIDIA settings. Max frames are set to 120 now, and I've also got G-Sync working as well. G-Sync makes things much smoother. So those two together combined are helping the quality some. Hello? I don't think there's anybody in there, but I'm just going to play like there is, because otherwise it would be really dumb to open the door and get killed, wouldn't it? Nobody in. I actually don't think I saw any loot either, so I don't know why I'm going to bash this door down, but let's do it anyway. Nope, nothing in there. I think I'm going to do a little bit of fishing while I'm here, just so that I've got food. With a fishing rod and a hook like that, if we get a couple of worms... Oh, some fucker's been up to no good. Yeah, if we can... see if there's any loot. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, if we can get a couple of fish with the rod, we'll get big fish, right? I'll catch mackerel, but they'll be good quality mackerel, which means that they'll keep me going for ages. Mackerel's really good energy as well, so if I can catch like 3 or 4 mackerel with that rod, we'll be onto a winner. Yeah, I don't know if somebody was logging out. Based on the other door locked, I kind of feel like somebody found a lockpick and was just fucking around with it. What would be great now, if there's still a couple of boats I've not checked yet, is if we found a jig, then I wouldn't even need to get worms. Damaged. Damaged. You don't need to get worms anyway, but it slows things up if you do, if you fish without worms, so I might as well get them. Right, I'm going to leave the AK-101 there for now. Need to try not to forget that. What's the purpose of the radio on this map? Well, obviously it does the same thing as it normally would. But beyond that, if you get a boat and you get out within 200 metres of the modded oil rigs that are on here, it will potentially play a radio message that gives you coordinates to where the first point of a treasure hunt is. So it can move around. It's not always in the same place. So you get a boat and then you can search for this particular thing. Or you can go to the oil rigs, listen with the radio. It will tell you the coordinates of where you've got to go. And then you use those coordinates using the GPS or a map, and then go and find the first key card on a key card quest. Bradley, thank you very much for using your Prime on my channel. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Where are the oil rigs supposed to be? There's one just south of the prison island. I don't know where the others are, but if I get a boat, they're not going to be too far from land. You'll be able to see them from land. If you're in Berezino and there's one out there, you'll see it. So you just get a boat, go like, I don't know, half a kilometre out to sea, and then follow the land around and see where they are. That damages the knife quick, doesn't it? Holy shit. I don't think the condition of the hook makes any difference, but I'll just start with the damage. Now this shouldn't take too long. Right, that really didn't take too long, holy shit. Fucking hell, insta-wellies, I'm so lucky.
Less than 3.
This water is weird as fuck. So using the worms and the rod and the proper hook should give me bigger fish and catch quicker. But all it seemed to achieve was catching wellies instantly. Look at the size of that. That's a full-size fish. That is one impressive mackerel. Look, did you see that? That's a big bastard of a mackerel, that one. Holy hell. What's wrong with wellies? Well, you try eating them, dude. You let me know. I was just thinking the same thing, Tomty. Hey, mackerel. Aye. Nick Natalie, thank you very much for the 4-monthening. Thanks for coming in. Oh, fuck off. 2 pairs of wellies is incredibly harsh, isn't it? I'm going to need to get another worm now. I want at least 3 fish. Fuck me dead. Looking at this water's really getting on my tits as well. It's awful. It's not so bad if you do that. Yeah, there must have been a container load of wellies go down. But it's another full mackerel at least. Aye. Sorry, I'm going to try not to keep doing that. Okay, I only want 1 more mackerel. But if I only get 1 more worm, you know what'll happen? I'll get another pair of fucking wellies.
Let's try that again. Take my love TRMZ, love TRMZ, love TRMZ, love TRMZ, love TRMZ, love TRMZ,
Come on,
love
robot lady, give it up.
TRMZ, love TRMZ, love TRMZ.
Heineken, thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it. That's a whole lot of love. Maybe just the 1 emote next time. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. I wish Robot Lady could read emotes. I just don't... She's not AI. She's not smart and intelligent. She's dumb. Dumb as shit she is. Robot lady needs to up her game. The only problem is if she got like AI smarts, she'd give up, wouldn't she? She'd be like, no, you ain't paying enough, man. I ain't working under these conditions no more. That's what she'd say. Don't talk to her like that. What made you a fan of Liverpool? Dat Nitro, my first school was in Nelson in Lancashire. It was called St Francis of Assisi. I'm not giving away any passwords with any of this, by the way.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Thank you very much, Squashy, I guess. Maybe we could try to use one. Sorry, dude. It's not your fault, but I wish I could get Robot Lady to read that properly. She just can't. She can't do it. She can't do it. She won't do it. Something's wrong with my Inventrix there. That's weird. I don't know what's going on. Right. Just leave. Do I take one of the hooks? Let's take the hook for now. In fact, no, let's not. Thank you. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, when I first went to school, I was young. I didn't know much about football. The nearest team was Burnley. They would have been in the very bottom division. I didn't even know Burnley had a team. I just started school, and all of the boys supported Man United or Liverpool. Like, it was up north. The big teams up north at the time were Man United or Liverpool. And so that was the choice, Man U or Liverpool. And I just picked Liverpool. Yeah, I need to get the AK-101 back. I might cook the fish first. I'm going back that way anyway, so I'll cook the fish first.
Been here from the early days. It's so nice you are still doing your thing.
Chubb, thank you very much. I had somebody yesterday on Twitter that tweeted me a picture of when they first followed my YouTube channel, and it was something like October the 17th of 2024, which meant that they must have been in the first 30 or 40 ever subscribers, because I know for a fact at the beginning of October I had 21 subscribers. I went on holiday at the end of maybe it was at September actually. I went on holiday at the end of August, and in the first week of September I bought a new PC on eBay, but I bought a PC so that I could make YouTube videos to a better standard. And I had 21 subscribers when I did that, and I remember it quite well. So in October I must have had 30 or 40. Sorry, 2014, obviously not 2024. 2014, so when I first started. Yeah, 2024 October wouldn't be quite so long, would it? What did I do before streaming? I was a gigolo. No, I worked in retail for a very long time. Club, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Right, let me get... Why not start a massive city group? You would have like 300 people backing you and building. I bet you would make a great leader. What would be the point, David? Like, most servers have like 80 players. I could probably get the server to be full of people that I know, but then what would the game be? You know, build a base and then what? I didn't sell watches. I wish I had done Grogger. That would have been cool. I did a lot of different retail. I did a long time in electrical, so like my first sales job was in a shop that was like an independent place that did Panasonic and Sony and Technics and quite a few different speakers like B&W and Castle and Kef.
Have we got the spark plug? TRMZ backseat pin, TRMZ backseat.
I definitely have, honest I have, Gov. Cheers for the support, dude, thank you. So I did electrical retail for a long time. I did 6 years in an independent place, and then I went to Powerhouse, then I went to Comet, got made redundant from Comet, had a month in Currys, then I had a few years in Asda, and then my last job was for a confectionery company that does pick and mix, but I was working as... I started as what they called area manager, and they had 12 area managers, and then they got rid of everyone and they had 5 regional managers, and I became one of those. So they made 7 people redundant and then kept 5 on. And so I ended up regional manager with 2 assistants, selling sweets basically into shops like Tesco's and Wilco's and the cinemas and like Cineworld and Odeon and Sainsbury's, and it was kind of dull, to be honest, but the people were great, and it was Monday to Friday, so I took a little bit of a pay rise to leave Asda. Sorry, a pay cut to leave Asda.
Me to sub TRMZ
so I could do Mondays to Fridays instead of having to do every weekend. Woolworths were long gone by then, Willful. They did used to sell to Woolworths though, but Woolworths were long gone before I was working for them. Which was the worst job? The worst job I ever had, I spent 1 month working I didn't even include it in that list, but I had 1 month working at MFI. That was my worst job, I'd say, because MFI were an absolute shit show by then. MFI were like a kitchen supplier, but they were like going out of business, like gradually, like a wounded animal. And I had 1 month working for MFI, and I left on payday. So I got paid, and I was so staggered that I got paid. I thought they were going bust, and so I got paid, I took the money, and I just resigned on the spot after 1 month. Right, let's go. Les Moan, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude, thank you. I really did... I say that's the worst job. I really disliked I was at Asda for nearly 3 years, and the first year and a half were absolutely hell. So I've probably never been more upset or more depressed, more unhappy in what I was doing than when I was at the first year and a half at Asda. But it wasn't because of Asda. It was because of the twat that was managing the shop. He was an absolute horrific man. He was awful, and like I was doing crazy long hours. Sophie, my first kid, was like. I started at Asda just as she was born, pretty much. So I was just doing horrendous hours, going home to a baby that was like a crying newborn baby. It was awful.
Big love, bro. Hope you're well, Red Heart.
You just resigned from your position today. Well, Beach, congrats. If that's what you want, that's a big deal, isn't it? If you're really desperate to leave and you then get in the position to resign, there is nothing quite like that, is there? You know, like if your boss is a knob and they take you for granted, and then you get a way out. It's such a good feeling, right? There's a better fishing rod there. There's a boat. There's 2 boats. Holy shit. So that might be people that have been using the boats and then they've just left them somewhere. You can't leave boats off the map, so if you go above Baziki, if you try to leave a boat above Baziki, it's not going to work. You can't do it. It will. You can't. It will just relog. It will move the boat back somewhere else. So trying to leave a boat somewhere on the ocean between Baziki and Svetlo is probably a decent place to hide it, right? Which is why I started at Baziki, to be honest. So that's good. She was happier on leaving that job than on her wedding day, do you reckon, Harry? Well, I guess your wedding day involved some sexy time with you, know, and that's enough to disappoint anyone, what I heard. When I decided I didn't care anymore at my job, I started talking shit about the lane bosses and they made me a crew supervisor. That's crazy, isn't it? When you just get to I don't care anymore, then suddenly you get promoted, eh? There's 3 boats here. There's an orange one, a blue one, an orange one, and a black one. That's crazy. 3 boats. Very cool, Beach. That's really good. Lots more money, eh? That's great. Quite like to take the black one, but I'm really worried I'm going to get shot here. This would really suck, wouldn't it? I want to see how much fuel is in it. Can I get in it? That one's amber. I only just fixed those boots and they were already damaged again. That one's amber. I'm going to check this one. if it's got more fuel in it, I'll take this one. Remco, it was all in retail, dude. Lots of different companies, but I did retail, like shop work, and then I did a regional job, but for a company that was selling into shops. That one's yellow. That's got more fuel. So we're going to take this one out. This one might have been a spawn boat. I feel like this one might have spawned, whereas the other two were maybe left there by players. It's nice on this server, we've got earplugs. Oops. I'm going to go too far in neutral, am I? Oh look, there's a thing there. Oh, that's a gas soap. Holy shit, it's a ship. So that's out by Svetlo. So you need an NBC suit for that. That might be the very end game zone. So the very end game zone of this is a gas zone. I'm guessing that's it. Just going to turn the sound down a lot. I think it'll be better. I'm going to go deaf otherwise. So yeah, in order to loot that, so there's like an aircraft carrier, which looks like the one from, or a bit like the one from Deer Isle. But to go there, I'm going to need to find an NBC suit. And I think you get the NBC suit by completing the quest. So I don't think NBC loot actually spawns on this map. I could be wrong, but I think you have to get it from the keycard areas. So the very start of this quest starts with a boat to try and get the first keycard. And then I think it's get the keycard, go to Green Mountain, get a keycard, go to Commence, get a keycard. Then it's either Tissy or the airfield. And then after that it's either Tissy or the airfield, I think. And then the very last one, you get an NBC loot. You get NBC loot and you can come back here and do this area. That's huge. I wonder if I should turn the radio on. Could end up losing that AK-101. I don't care. It can go. I could get it back, but I don't care enough. I don't have a mag. Fuck it. It's been a ball ache. I don't want to carry it anymore anyway. Why can you see propellers? Because the game's not designed to... The game's not designed to have, like, floating loot in the ocean in a gas zone. So I think the gas zone is enabling me to see under the water. But this is a mod, right? It's not something the devs have done. So the gas isn't allowing me to see under the water as if it wasn't there. So if we hear... I'm just going to get a bit of paper here. If we hear this alert, you have to be within 200 meters of an oil rig, I think. Fuck me, how did I do that, twat? If we hear the thing, I've got paper next to me, and I can then write down the coordinates. What we're looking for is, I don't know if anyone saw me, but when I was playing Sakal on a community server, there was like these life buoys out to sea. and they are like little floating squares. They're based on things that they used to have in the North Sea during the war. Like they're effectively like life rooms. They're like where you could live if you crashed, if you were a pilot and you crashed in the ocean. And they can randomly be in different areas. We could do it two different ways. We can go near an oil rig and hear the coordinates, or we can keep exploring around and then just find one and check it, and we might get the thing we need anyway. More dinghies at the back of the carrier. Yeah, there could well be people on it, but there's not much I can do about it for now, for sure. But yeah. I think I saw a dinghy over there as well, I think. Anyway, we've got the one with the most amount of fuel in it. The other two were orange for fuel. Yellow is better. You can put more fuel in, but you can go a long way on these with yellow fuel. Orange maybe not so far, so we should be okay with this one. I think it's a full suit, Demon, but you have to get it from the actual quest that you do. Gas in the water sounds legit. Yeah, it's a mod. The gas just fills the area, but again, it's a mod. It's only me again. Thank you very much for the very long resub. And Pirate Streamer with a very long resub as well. 97, 98 respectively. That's insane. Thank you. Less Known, thank you for the Prime. Lucky Demon, Ruin Fat, thank you as well. We're not seeing a great deal at the moment. Bit framey. Oh, so this is an oil rig. That's why my frames are getting bad, because that's just starting to pop in. So we can go and loot that. If I loot it, while I'm looting it, I can be waiting to hear this announcement. I have to be within 200 meters of it and then wait for the radio to make the noise. I have seen Rain of Fire, but a long time ago. Fucking hell, even with the earplugs on the first setting, it's so loud. I don't think the frequency matters on the radio, you just have to have it on. They had a similar thing at the airfield before about finding a zombie that had a key card. And on that one it was the same kind of thing, you just need to have the radio on and then it would play. "7 minutes between broadcasts." Okay. I don't know if it plays at all oil rigs or not. I have no idea. I don't think the loot at the oil rigs are actually that great. I don't think the loot is stunningly good. Is the boat volume level intentional? I don't think so. I really wish they would adjust it a bit. It's so deafeningly loud. There's something floating there, like maybe somebody died. I don't know. You can see like between the two red pillars on the far side, there's some kind of thing floating there. I have no idea what that is. You think it plays at all the oil rig coordinates? Okay. So in theory, I'm near enough now. I don't even need to go on the oil rig, do I? But I didn't fucking hear it. I couldn't hear it. The fucking alert was right at the point. That's a typical bad luck. That's not your fault, Frylock, but...
TRMZLUV love you Paul and chat bye bye now back to lurking I go.
I heard 140. I need to play that back. I think I'll be able to play it back and hear it. You couldn't make that up, could you? The alert that it's time to start running doesn't even play except for the new subs as well. But it's absolutely not your fault, Frylock. Thank you so much for the new sub. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, Scrat, you troll bastard. Northeast of Solnichi. Oh. Codename, thank you very much. Frylog, Freund, thank you. Only me again, thanks again. Has anyone got a clip of it? Farmer Dave says it's 140083. I heard the 140. I just couldn't make it out. And Bartlett's saying 140083 as well. There we go then. We don't need a clip. A couple of people saying the same thing. So good ears on you guys. Right, so 140083. So in theory, I think it does this coordinates first. So it's 140, and then it's 083. So 140, which is dead on this line. It should be there. And 083 is, yeah, it's kind of level with the petrol station. Okay. So that should be easy enough to find. So it's kind of level with the petrol station, roughly, at Solnichi. That should be pretty easy, and it's not too far away. It really isn't very far away, is it? That's good. Very important question for you. Okay. Do I have a compass? No. You're right, Ish. You think this is the hardest part, do you? I've never really got this far. Every time I've found either a radio or a spark plug, I've died. What would you say about buying a neck pillow, using it, and then returning it once you landed? Scum! Scum of the earth! Scum! I don't know who did it, so whoever you're setting me up for beef with, I think using a neck pillow and actually using it and then refunding it is crazy talk. Used it for a few minutes while you fell asleep for 2 hours. I guess there's a difference between using it and selling it and trying it and thinking it's shit and then just not. Fair enough. I don't know. I'd like to have been a fly on the wall of that conversation. Yeah, I bought this neck pillow. I've had my flight now. I'd like my money back, please. What is this stuff? Oh, that's the factory. So we should be close to it. Something's causing me to go all sorts of framey here. It was somewhere around the factory, or... surprised I can't see it. Somewhere around the factory to the prison. I don't think it can be on there.
God bless.
There he is. That's the one. That's the bastard. It was probably getting framey because we could see that. So that's the boy we need. If nobody else has been there, we'll be able to get the first keycard. $9mm. Well, I always pick the Bills, so I was very pleased that they win. The Bills, if I had a team in American football, it would be the Buffalo Bills. It was when I was a kid. They were I always tend to go for the underdogs, right? So they were like the Jimmy White of that time. You know, they lost in the Super Bowl final several times running. So, yeah, the Buffalo Bills, like the perennial underdogs or the perennial losers, that's kind of the sort of team that I'd gravitate towards, because then if they suddenly win one, it would be amazing, right? But so I'm very glad that they beat the Chiefs. I did say beforehand when I made the prediction, and I hope I'm not right, but my prediction was that the Bills would beat them and then they'd play each other in the playoffs at the end of the season and the Bills would lose. So I really hope that that doesn't come true. Should be a Cowboys fan if you like losers. Well, at the time that the Bills were losing all of those, LeCheek, it was the Cowboys that were winning them all. So if you go back far enough, the Cowboys were amazing. As far as I don't know anything about the actual teams though, so as far as the other team goes, I've no clue. I don't know who's good and who's not. God, this is so framey. Well, it's not even frame, it's like lag. I really don't want to get wet if I can avoid it, so I'm trying to get... It's not going to work, is it? So now what? There's no key card, right? So somebody else has already taken it. There's a guy in the boat, is there? Okay, that bit I didn't understand. I thought it was in here. Oh, there is. There's a guy in the boat. Okay, cool. I should have looked at that before then, really, shouldn't I? Okay. He didn't make it to the life buoy then, poor bastard. I really feel like I'm going to end up in the water and I don't want to. This is kind of a cool quest though, right? I quite like this. I think it's good. Definitely doesn't have any other loot, does he? Poor little fucker. Right, we got it. Yeah, well done. I did see the boat. I maybe should have looked at it, but I wasn't anticipating anything at it. I'm sure I'd have worked it out eventually, probably. How do I know where to go now? Well, I looked in the server hoster's Discord. I can't remember exactly all of them, but I think I know the first two. I think one is, I don't know where it is, but one's in Green Mountain. It's probably in the tower. Let's be fair. It's probably in the tower. And then the next one is at Kamensk military base, and I found it the other day, so I know where that one is. It says on the card description, does it? Oh, very cool. So you don't even need to know once you've found the first one. But there we go. That's the first one done. I need a wee. How long can the boat go for with the gas light on? I've got a boat on Sakal that was yellow on fuel. Eventually it went to orange, but I went 1.5 times round Sakal and it still was going, so it goes quite a while. Brad, it's like a treasure hunt, so the card opens a door that has a bit of loot in it and another card. And then you have to go to the next spot on the treasure hunt and open another card, and it's the same. But each time you go to the next card after the next card, the loot gets a little bit better. And the card lets you into another area, right? So It's basically like a treasure hunt. I think there's 4 cards, and in the final zone there is the bits to build an R700, which is the most powerful sniper rifle that this server has. And there's also a full NBC kit suit dealie, which will allow you to loot, I'm presuming, that ship that we just saw back there. So up near Svetlo there is a gassed out area, which is an oil rig and a battleship or an aircraft carrier. The new patch changes the fuel, it won't last as long. Interesting. Well, we'll see. And strictly speaking, I'm trying to get to Green Mountain. I could, in theory, go on land, but Green Mountain is a bit easier to get to from the south, so if I can swing around past Bolota, it's easier to get there from there. It'd be quicker, I guess. The most powerful gun ever. How a 14,000 hour DayZ player gets the best gun ever. Even I hate Saturday's title so much. Saturday's YouTube title. I hate it so much. But it's a necessary evil. In the long run, it just gets the views. Usually it works. The only video this year that I've got that's hit 1 million views is when a 13,000 hour DayZ player plays official Livonia. It works. Doesn't work every time the same, but it works. Bello, I've had one for a while. I've just not started using it yet. Maybe stash the card in case you die. Well, I'm going to go to where I need to use the card, Chernarus. There's no point stashing it. I'm going to get on land, and then I'm going to head to where I need to use it. The Lions are the best team in football right now. Interesting. I thought it was the Swifts. Like the Swifts are the best team in football if you go by the last 4 years, I suppose, or 5 years, whatever. But this season, I know that the Lions are doing crazy good. There's a few teams that stick out as doing well in the predictions thing that I'm doing. But yeah. I heard Ish will buy a pair of pants and wear them for a week, turn them inside out for another week, and then take them to the shop with the tag on and say, I haven't worn these, can I have my money back? That's what I heard. 2-week-old pants that are unwashed. It basically is practicing because at some point soon he's going to start selling those on eBay. World famous Twitch streamer Skidder pants. Yours for only $1,000. That's what I heard. It's coming. Use streamer G-strings. I mean, I really need a Wii. I think I better get round further. It's easier to get to Green Mountain from just somewhere near Cherno is perfect, really. Like somewhere near Cherno will do. It did, Brad. I've got the key card, yeah. It's a trap. How you doing? It's a trap. Wespen and McDrippins, thank you very much for the support. Codename Kaz, thank you again. Where am I at roughly? That's Scalisti Island. So I'm at Scalisti. I could actually loot it for some Mosin rounds. Oh, we could stop at this summer camp, couldn't we? God, how annoying would it be if there's somebody there? Real Blight, we don't have a map command because the title of the stream always tells you what map I'm on.
Fury.
Wow, that is loud. Holy shit. Oops. That's thrown me a couple of times. I've just... So you press left trigger to change seats now, but I'm pressing left trigger to turn the engine off, and I'm fucking it up. Ah, okay, cleaning kit, we'll have it. More bullets for that gun I didn't take. There's a Gorky Basel on me! There we go, look. I actually remembered to say it this time. What do we have here? Gloves. We don't need no stinking gloves. What I just said, times 2. Let's make sure there's nobody swimming over. Right, let's get some sticky sticks. Oh, no, 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 no. Please tell me. Surely they wouldn't be so evil as to not put a fucking bush on the island. Surely. Surely nobody would be that cruel. I know. Let's put something on that you have to swim to. We won't put any bushes on so the fuckers can't make any fires. Right, we'll have to make it with bark then. I can't get bark from the trees. Why can't I get bark from that tree? What the fuck? The game fucking ruined. Fucking Happy Bombs is like some sort of sadist. Like that dude from the I wanna play a game. That's what he is. Happy Bombs is like that. He's like the dude from Saw. Like, I'll fuck with the fuckers. He's like exactly like that. That's what he does. Evil doing bastard. Providing his servers for free for everyone to play. What a joke. I am a dipshit. Thank you for making me say that, and also thank you for the gifted subs. That's very kind, dude. Thank you. Don, cheers for the 15 months as well. I heard he goes streamers in his DMs as well. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, he does. Yeah. There might be a fix for that coming in the DayZ editor soon. Oh, very cool. There might be a fix coming, but he's not going to do it. Modded trees yield no bark or firewood. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? What about modded bushes? Do modded bushes yield? I bet modded, like bushes that you place, I bet they give you sticks, don't they? Happy Bombs prefers no bush. You heard it here first. Cheers, dipshit, once again. Cheers for the support. Any plants added with editor don't function normally either. Wow, bollocks. That sucks, doesn't it? Doesn't it suck like? I wouldn't mind looting around Scalisty. It's a bit risky because I've got good loot, but I've only got a handful of Mosin rounds. I think I've got like 6 or 7 or something, I don't know. Plus what's in the gun. I could maybe stop on the lighthouse. There's very often... there's a whole summer camp there. We've got to go and check it. I've got to check it. I forgot about the summer camp, but there's a really good chance of Mosin rounds there. There is a chance I might bump into a player, but very unlikely to be a geared player. 2 cleaning kits. Maybe fix your pistol and suppressor. Yeah, it's not a bad shout. It's going to take 3 uses, though. That sucks. It's going to take 1 for the gun and 2 for the suppressor, which sucks, doesn't it? But it is worthwhile, I suppose. And it will get me a bit more... Oh, hang on. What about if I do this? Oh, I was hoping I might upgrade the look of the... It really irks me when it looks a bit damaged, right? I wanted it to look good. The mags are in good condition. They don't need fixing. It's okay. Is there more hackers on community servers? No, there's more on official servers.
2 years W.
On official, it doesn't mean you don't get any ever, but on official, you only get banned from the game with either a VAC ban or a battle line ban. So you could potentially be cheating on an official server, and it might take, I don't know, 6-8 weeks before they catch you, and then you get banned. But if you're blatant with it, you could get banned the same day on a community server. So it's not always going to be that way, because some people are a bit more subtle. But I don't know, let's say you get an MK2 and you kill 27 players in 15 minutes. You're just going to get banned, you know, you're going to get banned that night. So usually cheaters do not last so long on community servers. So I'm only really here for Mosin rounds. And of course I found 308. I do still have the... Oh shit, I dropped the rail, but I could find another. There is a chance I could get a Blaze here, or a Tundra. I might switch. 40 bars on me. I might switch. Yes. We're the king of the world. Cleaning kits up the wazoo we got. Come here looking for Mosin Mounds. We were always going to find 308, weren't we? Always. Someone could steal my boat, I suppose. And I've got the spark plug, but if someone did steal the boat, I could get back easy enough, I suppose. But I really need a wee. I might have to go AFK in a minute and go and get a go and have a piss. I actually think while we're here, we should probably drink a bottle of water. Cannibal, thank you very much for the 24 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you for the 2 years. Diamond. I probably could have drunk that squidgy bit, but that's safe and sorry. An idiot, come on. Right, let's go. Thank you. There's a scope on the bed. It's the same scope as I've got on the Mosin. Seems to be a lot of zombies here, doesn't there? I do wonder if there's another player. I hope not. Where did that go? I was convinced that had hit. I thought I'd hit that shot. So while I'm here now, I'm looking in the houses, hoping to find a... I'm hoping we'll find a tundra or a blaze, I suppose. I don't really want to drop the Mosin. We've got a couple of kills with it, but I've got loads and loads of rounds for the tundra or the blaze, so I think it would be a no-brainer to switch if we found the right thing. Robbo, yeah, a little bit. The wind making the sea and the tree look weird on this is really fucking freaky. Like the wind seems to be howling most of the time on the kind of wintry server, and it makes the trees and the water look fucking crazy.
Can't believe I've been listening to this dribble for 5 years. Time flies when you're having fun.
Time well spent, Kingsthorn, I'd say, yeah. Cannibal, thank you, and Kingsthorn, thank you very much too. That's really kind, I think.
Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being my favourite entertainer.
Spaceman, obviously it goes without saying, don't join a server, don't join a server hosted by Happy Bombs whilst you're still watching the stream. I'm not saying you're intending to do that, but if you went to join this server like right now while still watching the stream, that would be bad, right? So just be aware. I'm not saying you would, by the way. I'm not accusing you or anything. I'm just trying to make sure that you're covering yourself, you know? Alright, nothing there. Let's go and check in here. Just like to try and find a gun if I can. I don't know if I want to check the whole of Skillisty. Maybe it's worth it. I do need a piss. I do need a piss. Right here so far, is it? I think I should put my gun in.
Oi.
Risky, thank you very much for the 3 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. There's a castle there. It's not got much at it, but all of these houses have a chance to spawn tundras and blazes. And scopes, like that one. So today I've got new potatoes and chicken thighs. So that's kind of a straightforward, like just chicken thighs with a bit of pepper and salt. Kind of straightforward. No pitters, no nothing. Very good. You do sometimes get them up there in that little shed up there too. You get guns there. So I would like to find a sniper rifle. What I'd really like to find is a box of Mosin rounds. I don't really want to drop the Mosin because it's what we've used. I've got a couple of kills with it. You know, I'm kind of feel like I'm I'm bought into the Mosin, so I'd like to use that if at all possible. This map reminds you of cycling to work this morning, Jesus. We're finding a lot of scopes, but no guns at the moment. Still got a bit of a chance. Hello, friend. How about that broken tree on the last little line? I don't know, Austin. It's a joke, isn't it? What a joke. Low on guns. Low on guns we are. The best you'll get here is a blaze with the new loot here. Well, that'll do me. I'd take it over the Mosin, I think, just because of the bullets situation. I've got 11. Maybe I don't need to look, but I don't. I'll carry on looking anyway. So is that tier system server specific, or is that in the game? I presume it's server specific, right? Vanilla. Interesting. I know they tweaked the loot a little bit. But since 126 dropped, I've not... Because obviously, like, things like AKMs now, like we were saying the other day, they spawn at Tissy now, and they changed the way loot spawns a bit. Changed the gas zone loot a touch too, didn't they? I've not played any 126 Chernarus, other than experimental. And they changed the loot economy since I last played that too, so... Only a few more places to check. I don't normally find much in the tower. I can have a look at it, but if there's anything, that's a small box, another box of fucking bullets though, just to rub salt in the wound. If I find anything here, it's usually in the houses, sometimes on this staircase. But very rarely in the tower. There's a blaze, so I think we're going to take it. It does have the rail as well, which is good. I'm happy enough with the blaze. I kind of like the blaze. I'm happy enough with that over a Mosin because of the bullets. I also kind of prefer the... If we're talking vanilla, I'd prefer the blaze because of the hunting scope over the PU scope of the Mosin. On this server, you can use whichever one you like. You can use, because of the rails, you can use it on either. Is the LAR a gas zone now? I think the LAR went to the gas zone, didn't it, Hack Bunny? I could be wrong, but that's what I thought. Do you know what? Actually, I think I might as well leave the bullets in it. I'm not going to need the Mosin bullets, am I? Let's leave the bullets in it. It'd be a long way to come, but I could swim back here and get that if I died, couldn't I? I've just lost those bullets because they went on the floor instead of going... Oh, God, that's annoying. Oh, well, I'm not going to look. I've just lost 5 bullets because they didn't go... They went on the floor as I ejected them. They didn't go in on the stack that I already had. That sucks. So I'm just going to have a quick look in the tower just because we're here. Yeah, that's not a gun. No gun. No gun. Alright. I need to go for a pistol. I needed to go before I started eating dinner. Person in that bush. Where? You're seeing someone in a bush? I've not seen anyone in a bush. Well done. Am I a fan of Summit 1G? I like Summit, yeah. I like it. I like that it occasionally comes back and has a run on DayZ as well. It's good for the game. But I used to watch Summit a little bit years ago. Years and years ago. I'd watch Summit when he used to main game DayZ. We're talking like 2014. But yeah, Summit's alright. I think it's hard not to respect someone like Summit for the size of stream that he's grown. If you're a streamer yourself, right? On that subject, by the way, we don't badmouth other streamers. So everyone's going to have an opinion. There'll be people out there that don't like me. There'll be people out there that don't like Summit. But we don't have negative opinions about other streamers in my stream chat. Just reflects poorly on me, I think. So we don't do it, just as a heads up. But yeah, to have grown a channel to the size he is, and been so consistent for such a long time, that's not an easy thing to do, you know. We don't badmouth streamers, except for AmishZ when he's here. Obviously, that's a different thing altogether, you know. I don't think Summit would buy a pillow, go on an airplane ride, and then refund the pillow. I don't think he would himself. Apparently, some big shot streamers consider shops in airports a little bit like Blockbuster Video used to be, you know. You go in there, you rent something for a few days, you take it back. It's Jake. Thank you very much for the bits. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you for the bits and the new sub. Aggressive Space Otter, thank you for the resub. Big Cal, thank you as well. To be fair, when I talk about Jake Paul, I feel like I'm talking about him more so as a boxer and whatnot. But I don't think he's a streamer. I wouldn't. I'm not. That's not meant to be a derisory comment, but I don't think of Jake Paul as a streamer. I see him as more of a personality, like a famous person, you know. He used to be only a YouTuber, but he's definitely not only a YouTuber now, is he, you know?
We can badmouth HB because trees are unusable.
I think that might be on the island. It could be on the edge of the island. It doesn't sound that far away. Chad, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for that. Thank you for the 3 months. When I worked in retail in places like Comet and Currys and stuff, if you had like regular shoplifters in your store, you would have like a picture of them in the staff room, like with a name if you had a name, and like keep an eye out for this person. They're known to steal DVDs, or they're known to steal whatever it might be. So you could keep an eye out for the known thieves. I would imagine that the pillow store has a picture of Labisch said, "Don't sell this guy pillows." Like they're distributed about the entire chain of stores. Don't sell this guy pillows. Use and return. Use and return warning. I don't know who CVS are, but
It's time to start running.
Saberhawk, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Very, very kind. Thank you. A massive pharmacy chain. I found that weird in New York. Like some of the, like I forget the name of the chains, but they sell like beer. Like you don't get beer in pharmacies in the UK, but what looked like a pharmacy also sold beer. $10,000 locations. That's state dependent. Well, in New York they did, yeah. Dwayne something. Dwayne Reed, is that right? They look like pharmacies. I don't know what they're meant to be, but I don't know if I just made that up. That might not be correct. Do you remember Tandy's in the UK? Yeah, vaguely. Oh, Chris, you just said it in the YouTube chat. It was great for 2 hours. Well, yeah, how long was the flight, Ish? And how much sleep did you get? 3-hour flight, 2.5 hours of sleep. Lovely. Very cool. Dwayne Reed is now owned by Walgreens. I don't know who Walgreens are. I like Dwayne Reed, though, because me and the missus went in to buy alcohol and the assistant asked me for ID and not my missus. That was kind of cool. I don't know how old you're meant to be to buy alcohol in the UK, but I was definitely old enough. Tabor, thank you. And the pharmacies in the UK just aren't open late enough, really. So we like every town, village, everywhere in the UK has like a little corner shop that'll sell alcohol till 10 p.m. So there's no reason for the oh, wow. There's no reason for a pharmacy that likely shuts at 6 p.m. and is only really for prescriptions and drugs and toothpaste and shampoo and whatever else you might get, like medicines and whatnot. So they wouldn't sell it here because they're just for things like health-related shit and cosmetics and stuff. Yeah, you could go to a garage or like supermarkets, petrol. Some supermarkets obviously are 24 hours. Some are midnight or whatever. I would imagine CVS right now are putting up posters above their pillows that basically say no money back, no guarantee. No refunds if you take this on a flight. Try before you buy only. Looks tough to get up, doesn't it? Do you know what? I've got to go for a piss. I'm going to go before I push that boat out. I'm just going to quickly log out. I might be fucking it up a bit here. I'm going to quickly log out, go for a piss, and then I'll be back. Won't be long. Okay, it should be on the way in soon, running. Oh, your car's got an ABS fault. What are your thoughts on a restaurant that lets you bring your own beer or wine, but you have to pay a cork fee? It's not uncommon. I think sometimes you get it in even like curry houses and stuff, but they often in the curry houses they'll let you do it for nothing though. But I rather go. I don't want to go like it's a party. I wouldn't do it. If it was a restaurant where you can have alcohol but you have to take it with you, I just wouldn't. Just have no alcohol. So I don't know what Ish thinks, but I would I would just have whatever they have or nothing. You apparently have Tom Drone syndrome. The doctor said it's not unusual. Oh, God. Yeah, I think I understand why they do it, but I think, but no, I'd just have the meal. It's a whole thing, you know. Redline's a pot stirrer. Don't listen to him. I feel like that should have ended with sad. Well, yeah, they charge you for drinking the alcohol that you took in. But it's not uncommon. I don't think it's that big of a deal though. Like, oh fucking bollocks! Did I get wet? Yes, I did. Oh fuck me dead. That's so annoying. So you're trying to paint him as like some stingy skinflint, are you? I see. I can see what's going on. Don't worry, Ish. I don't. You do you. It's a good story when he tells it because of the vitriol in his voice. Yeah. Man, that sucks. I have half a mind to make a fire and dry my boots now, but I don't want to fuck around with it. Let's just go. So we've changed the gun from a Mosin to a Blaze, which is kind of useful with regards to the bullets that we have. We've got a lot more bullets for the Blaze. Will do, Garrett. Rest assured. But thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. Resonate, thank you for the resub. Earl, thank you for the new sub. Raiden, thank you for the resub as well. Looks like it's going to be dark fairly soon based on when the sun is. Blaze or Tundra? The Blaze is my favourite gun in the history of the game. The Tundra is probably better. If you're only firing single bullets, the Tundra is a touch more powerful. And more importantly, really, you can use the bottle suppressor on it. Making a couple of bottle suppressors and having like... You can easily get 3 or 4 pet bottles and have like 9 to 12 suppressed shots on vanilla. Like true official. Like 12 suppressed shots with the Tundra is OP as fuck, right? So it's really good. So yeah, the bottle suppressor on the Tundra is the thing that makes the difference. However, there are scenarios where the Blaze can save your life. You know, I've had it quite a few times where there's 2 players close together. Like maybe they're crouched at a fire or whatever. Or maybe you take the first shot and miss. But whatever. The Blaze allows you to take 2 shots really close together without having to wait for the bolt. Like with the Tundra, you have to fire, chamber the next round, wait a little while, and then shoot again. The time between shot 1 and shot 2 with the Blaze is way, way, way quicker. So if you take the first shot and you just miss, you've got time to immediately take the second shot. And that can really be important. So the Blaze has some advantages, even though it only has 2 bullets rather than 5. More often than not, if it's a really do or die type scenario, the Blaze gives you 2 chances where the Tundra only gives you 1. Which is the reason why I prefer the double barrel over the MP133 shotgun, because with the double barrel you've got 2 chances rather than 1. And that's not even talking about the fact that you can fire both rounds at the same time. I feel like the Blaze has bigger recoil though. I don't think it does. Never feels to have to me anyway.
Hi Paul.
I am enjoying the new map, William. Yeah, I've been playing it quite a lot. I should really be on it today, but I was on an adventure yesterday with this character and I wanted to carry it on. But yeah, the new map's good. It's an out-and-out survival map, so if people are wanting it to be like Namausk and a lot more action, then it's not. You know, it's much more of a like traditional survival DayZ map. Does anyone saw off the shotgun anymore? Not many people do. It is kind of dog shit. I wouldn't really. I think the Savannah might be the most unused gun in vanilla DayZ. I'd probably say the repeater is quite high up there, isn't it? Like, just thinking about what guns do people never really need to use? The repeater, more often than not. The Sporter is probably fairly underused as well, but yeah, it'd be interesting to know. I ain't falling for that, Happy Bombs. Cheeky fucker. Yeah, the P1. The Longhorn maybe as well, you know. The Longhorn does have a place, but
into an epic adventure.
like if you've got an SKS, it's more powerful than a Longhorn, for example. So the Longhorn doesn't have much of a use really. But yeah, but that doesn't mean the Savannah's bad though, Seamus. The Savannah's difficult to find with mags and a gun. But the reason it doesn't get used is because the Tundra's better. That's all, you know. Like people use the Savannah until they get a Tundra, don't they? You know, like it still gets used. Repeater is a monster gun, blimey. I think it's a bit shit myself. Like bolt action, or it's lever action, but having to wait for the next round, and it's so weak as well. Like it's not the best gun in the world for me. I prefer the BK-18 than the repeater. You only get 1 shot, but it's much more powerful. What makes it better? Well, they're both pretty much the same damage profile, but you don't need a mag. So it takes 5 bullets internally, the Tundra, so it negates the need for a mag. But the reason that most people prefer the Tundra is the recoil, and everyone says recoil doesn't matter with sniper rifles, but it does. So the Savannah has really kind of... When you fire the Savannah, it goes up and to the right way more than the Tundra does. So the Tundra just goes up a little bit, and the Savannah goes up and to the right. So with the Savannah, when you fire, you don't often see where your bullet goes. If you're shooting at someone that's 300 metres away, with the Tundra, you'll see where the bullet lands, and you can adjust the second shot. You can change your ranging or change your leading or whatever. With the Savannah, you don't see. You either hit him or you don't, but you don't see where the bullet goes. So it's the recoil. The recoil on the Savannah makes it completely nowhere near the same as the Tundra. Should the 357 rounds get a buff to make the repeater more useful? I don't think so. I don't think so. I did write quite a lot of feedback, I don't know, 4 or 5 or 6 months ago in some open tweet bollocks that I did on Twitter. I think they don't need to change the damage of the Savannah. I think they should make shotguns rarer on the coast. And I know a lot of people right now going, what? Shotguns should be everywhere. Ah! Just hear me out for a minute, right? If on the coast in Tier 1 the only shotgun that spawned was the single barrel, and you didn't get MP133s or double barrels until you were a little bit further into the map, maybe Zone 2, and then on the coast we could have firefights where people were getting geared and finding stuff, but you'd be getting firefights where players had guns like the repeater and the single barrel shotgun and the BK-18 and the Sporter and the P1 pistol and the Makarov and like maybe the Scorpion, and it would be so much more fun if new spawns didn't have shotguns so much, because shotguns are so much better than every other gun it makes every other gun pointless. Nobody's going to take a repeater over a double-barrel shotgun. Or nobody sensible. The double-barrel shotgun, in theory, could be like an endgame secondary. You could use it with a Tundra or a Mosin. How could you defend against geared players on the coast? Well, you can do that with other guns as well. Like the Scorpion is better than you think, for example. They could spawn magnums on the coast, you know, like... it's not often, let's be honest, it's not that often that you really do on Chernarus see properly endgame characters like SVDs or whatever killing people on the coast anymore. It's not actually that common. But the shotgun isn't there as your defense against endgame geared players. It's a everyday gun, so they have a lot of them. Like, if there's somebody shooting on the coast, you run away, you know. Like, you don't have to take them on, and if you do, you can do it with a Makarov or a Scorpion or a Magnum or a repeater or whatever you've got. You know, you could still try it. But that's something that was different in the old game. Not much, do I say, was better in the old game. I think there's a fire over there. Maybe not. Maybe it's the reflection on that building. It looked like a fire. It's a reflection on the hay bales, I think they are. Yeah, but one thing I think was better in the old game is that when you were in the spawn zones, you had a lot more spawn zone firefights. They used to be more common. Like there was a time in olden worldy DayZ where a repeater was good, and not because it was more powerful, but because you were likely to come up against somebody with a Sporter or a Derringer. You know, like, in that kind of scenario, the repeater becomes quite good. And I think that's a bit of a miss. It would be good if we could get that back. It was cool. Trying to decide where I would like to get off to make it quicker to get to Green Mountain. I think just somewhere near Cherno will do it. The thing is, Cherno's so big. Do I go the far side? But then I've got... I think I've got to go the near side around here somewhere. Komarovo. Yeah. You could come up... Komarovo is probably quicker. I could come up kind of like close to Bor. And just get kind of fairly close to it. That's probably true. To be fair, 95% of servers aren't like the ones you play. But Flanny, when I'm talking about the game, I'm talking about the game the devs make, right? So I'm only talking about vanilla. Like, whatever decisions the devs make about taking shotguns away from the coast, that doesn't mean a community server that has like fucking Epoch-style base building has to adhere to it, does it? You know, I'm talking about the game I play because that's mostly what the devs make. You know, like, that's the point I'm making. You know, I'm not saying that, I don't know, Aftermath should have it so you can't get shotguns on the coast. I'm saying vanilla should have that. How cool does that look? That's a really good colour. That's what I mean. I mean the type of servers I play, like more survival ones. Yeah, I've got a key card. Red sky at night. Green Mountain will be a fright. I don't know. Green Mountain Delight. That's better, isn't it? Yeah. See, in England, Alski, it's Red Sky at Night, Shepherd's Delight is the saying that my nan taught me. Red Sky in the morning, Shepherd's Warning. I think it'd be cool if there was some kind of scope that might go on the BK-18 and the repeater. Some kind of scope that had like maybe 3 times zoom or something. I don't know, whatever's... I don't even know if it's realistic that those guns take a scope. I'd no idea, but it would be kind of fun if they did, wouldn't it? Red Sky at night, barns on fire. Seen your Labs video. How do you feel about Labs? BB, you must be thinking about someone else. I've never played Labs too. Hiyo Santo, hope you're good. Psychedelic, thank you very much for the 5 months. Yeah, you and me both, dude. Any idea how many 40mm grenades I have to shoot to destroy a wooden gate? Quite a few. I think they're a bit more powerful than the regular grenades, so I want to say like 8, but that's a guess. It's something like 10 to 12 actual grenades. I feel like M79s it might be about 8, but again, just a complete guess, it could be 10. Do you think it's viable to do challenge runs on DayZ? What kind of challenge do you mean? And it's viable to do whatever you like, you know, like I used to have runs where I only used the sporter and stuff years and years ago, but I didn't do so well. I went to the airfield with a sporter in one of my early videos. It's called Sporting Chance. And I had a sporter at the Northwest Airfield and ran away with an AK-101 and an AKM or something. I managed to kill 2 geared dudes with a sporter. Oh, that was quite cool. Only using the SSG and the... Yeah, absolutely you can do shit like that. If it's fun for you, then they're definitely viable. The SSG is not the best gun in the world, but it is a little bit underrated. If you shoot somebody wearing a press vest at close range, they go unconscious. Or at least they have done when I've shot them, you know. It's better than people think. The SSG and the Pioneer, they're not great, but they're about the same as the CR527. And that's not bad, you know. It's a bit more powerful than people give credit, you know. They can do damage. Hey Acid, you're right, dude. Lutra and Hype, thank you for the follows on YouTube. What's that light at? The petrol station. Kind of hard this to, well, not hard, but I keep forgetting that there's street lights on this map. So those lights are just like lamps on the side of the road. Like, I keep forgetting they're there, and every night time it kind of throws me a little bit. Yeah, no slugs. Oh, Suppressed Pioneer is so fun. I had a really good run. It made a video. I think the video got pretty decent views as well, but I had a run on Essica using the Suppressed Pioneer where I just used it. And I took the Suppressed Pioneer and didn't even take like a Blazer or a Tundra or whatever when I could get one. And I had a lot of fun with it because yes, it's not that powerful and you might have to hit players more than once, but they have no clue where you are. It's so quiet. I found the key card. I'm running around. Well, I'm boating around the edge of the map so that I can make it towards Green Mountain from a better angle. Will anybody be getting shot today? Nerdburn, before I got on the boat I killed 3 players in separate scenarios. 2 were a bit execution style really, and 1 was trying to kill me. Actually kind of surprised we've not seen anybody else. Without factoring in players, what is the easiest map to survive on? If you're playing on an empty server, most servers are easy to survive on. Livonia is probably slightly easier than Chernarus, I'd say, but I don't know. Essica's really easy if there's no players. Some maps the threat comes mostly from players, so maps like Essica, like wherever you spawn, if there's nobody else, you're going to find food relatively easily. You're not going to die of starvation or thirst or whatever. Without players, I kind of feel like Livonia is the easiest, Chernarus is the middling one, and Sakal is the hardest of the official maps. You think they should put 6.5 Creedmoor into the game? Creedmoor? I don't think we should have any higher caliber than what we have now. And if we have a higher caliber than we have now, it should be in a really rare gun that only gets a couple of bullets. Like, it would be cool if there was a really high-powered sniper rifle, but it would spawn with a mag in it with 5 bullets or something. Or it'd have to be bolt action, whether it had a mag or not. But perhaps it spawned with 4-5 bullets tops. And you can't get bullets anywhere else. And so if you take that gun, it's a one-hit kill. So it could be like a Creedmoor, it could be 338 or whatever. But you can only use it 4 or 5 times, and then it's done. Otherwise, it'd just be too OP. Like one-hit kill. If you're one-hit killing plate carrier players, it's a bit OP, I think. Kind of thinking I might get off here, because if I get off in the open and I get shot at, it will be bad. I might get off here. So someone asked where I'm going. I've got a key card on this server. It's like a modded adventure on this server. You can use the key card at Green Mountain, so I'm trying to get to Green Mountain. I found the key card near Solnichi. It's quicker to get the boat round and then travel from around here. Also, boats are fun. This just in, boats are fun. Quite a long way up there, didn't it? Is the pushing of the boat like I've been doing, have they changed it in vanilla? Or is that on the server? Does anybody know? Like where I'm pushing the boat, it's not doing that circle anymore, it's just pushing it. Have they changed that now? That's kind of cool if they have. Any gun can one-shot you. There's a circle in vanilla. What, this afternoon though, Alex? Like they've just done a new patch today. It's a mod, okay. Well, never mind. Any gun is a one-shot if you don't have a helmet. Not quite true. You still have to be hit in the head. Sorry, you still have to be hit in the brain. So, if you're wearing a helmet, it covers your brain, but you can be hit in the head and not die if you're not wearing a helmet. But it's not so likely. We're talking about low-caliber rounds, obviously, even an MK2 round will kill you if you get hit in the brain. But if you get hit in the head and the bullet doesn't connect to the brain, then you don't die. But yeah, we're only talking about very low caliber rounds, maybe 9mm and below, perhaps. On the subject of not seeing anything, I ought to put the gamma on, really, hadn't I? It's so hard to play this game when it's dark, you really can't see anything. I don't think it's particularly hard when it's dark like this. This is not dark like... If you're playing on an official server and you're playing third person, it'll look like this, and it's easy enough to play. If you're playing on a first person official server, it'll be pitch dark. You won't be able to see the ground at your feet hardly, you know. That is really hard. If you've not got really good map knowledge, it's really, really hard. The only good thing now is that they've changed the night and day ratio, so if you're playing on like an official server, it's roughly 2.5 hours day and half an hour night, so it's not as bad as it was. I don't use NVIDIA filters ESP. This is just the server's not using the really dark nights. So I've just got a separate OBS scene where the gamma is just turned up a little bit. Should have fixed the backpack when I had the chance. I didn't. Oh, never mind. Right, let's. So we've got to get to Green Mountain, and then from there we'll get a key card, and that'll tell me where we next go, and so on. I'm pretty sure it's Green Mountain, and then it's Troitsky or Kaminsky base is the next one. I found where that keycard area is the other day, so at least I know where I've got to go for the one after that. This is a bit of a tricky thing to do while streaming because the next location is always very metered, and so I hope there's no stream snipers on today, but if there are any, it could cause some issues. You just never know. So we are going to, if we manage to do the whole quest, we're going to need another boat later as well. I feel like Amish said was saying earlier, I've not really tried this quest very much because I keep dying before I could even do the first part. So I feel like the first part that we've just done is arguably the hardest. And we'll see where she goes.
Keep doing what you do. Closing parenthesis.
Tom, thank you. I'll do my best. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much.
Hey, hope you're doing great. TRMZLUV.
And Goon Squad, thank you as well. Cheers for the tip, Tom, and cheers for the resub, Goons. Goon Squad, thank you. You can get tundras in this house sometimes, depending. We'll see. Probably not today. Hunting spawn was the crossbow bolts. I missed a feed shack behind. I should have checked the feed shack, but never mind. I didn't remember. It really is quite close, Green Mountain, from here. It's not too bad at all. It's not a bad run. I'm cold as fuck. I'm going to need to make a fire. Not sure where I want to make that fire really, but not in a house. I wish there was some kind of like frost resistance light that server owners could add. You know, like a bit like the mouse frost resistance, but it's half as important. So you have to live like for Chernarus, right? So like if this server had frost resistance like Namalsk has it, if you'd been alive for about 8 or 10 hours, you'd be fine. You wouldn't get that cold. But maybe if it was more like 15 hours or 20 hours to not, that would be kind of cool. I think, you know, like a half-speed frost resistance would be great. This mission would be so much better with a car. It'd be quicker. Cars do come with a lot of risk, though. You know, like cars add so much risk. A lot of players would, if given the choice to do this with a car or without, would still choose to do it without. I'd have to really think about it.
What do you think of Canelo Alvarez?
I'm really happy Sakal didn't do frost resistant rewards preparing for versus just being alive for a long time. I kind of disagree, if I'm honest, Ish. I think Sakal is going to get tedious in the long run because it's literally a fire every 25 minutes forever. I really like Sakal right now, but when you've been alive for 15 hours and there's nothing you can do and you're still making fires like you're a new spawn, it's going to get boring in the long run, I think. I think it's going to, in the long term, going to get really, really repetitive. It's only been out a month. I think it's something that will have a big plus point for Namalsk over Sakal. It makes it harder to camp and cheese. I don't know. I don't know. The bunker's going to get camped no matter what. If you've got best insulation everything, you still have to make fires. It's just that you get 3+ symbols and it lasts a bit longer. There's a balance there. I think it's a fair point that if you can get really, really warm and you're standing still and you're able to camp, then it makes the game a bit campy, I guess. But it depends how it's balanced, you know. Like, it might be that if you're jogging, you're white temperature, but if you're static, you're light blue. You know, there would be ways to try and do it. You would expect, right? But I think in the long term, and this is a personal thing, other people will be different, but making a fire every 25 minutes forever is going to get repetitive for me personally. I like 5 minutes of being static every 25 minutes is not a long-term aspect of the game that I'll particularly enjoy, you know. DayZ's already a slow-paced game. I don't want it to be hard, like, I don't want it to be arcadey or anything, but some kind of reward for you living longer that's beyond the fact that you get 3+ symbols rather than 2, I think would be good. Heat packs are better, that's for sure. Heat packs are better. But I think making a fire every 25 minutes or so is just really dull in the long run. So there's another blaze there, but I've got a blaze. I don't need 2, do I? Might just run a bit to the right and see if I can get away without dealing with these. As it stands now, Van Dijk, Salah and Trent will stay this season. Next season Trent will probably go. Van Dijk and Salah will stay to break some records. Is that what you think, Funky? I don't know what to think. I think a lot of the talk about Trent is coming from Spanish media, and a lot of that is more like generating interest and wishful thinking, but I do worry, you know, it's getting close to December and he's not signed a contract. None of them have, so I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I'm starting to feel like hardly any of them are going to stay, because if they were, they would have already be signed. The one that concerns me most is Trent, but if he goes, he goes. It would seem weird though, like he's future captain, like Van Dijk's not getting any younger. Apparently Trent, one of his ambitions was to be Liverpool captain. He's vice captain right now. Van Dijk's getting older, he'd be next in line. And I don't want to count any chickens, but they might win the Premier League this season, you know, like it looks really good at Liverpool right now. Things are looking good. It would seem I guess Real Madrid is Real Madrid, you know, it's a huge carrot. It's one of those things though, Trent is a very good player and I'm sure he'll back himself, and if he goes and he does great, fair enough, but there's plenty of players that have made that choice and then regretted it, you know, players that have left Liverpool, or any other club for that matter, you know, like when Coutinho left, he was desperate to play for Barcelona. His career nosedived afterwards, you know, like Michael Owen left for Real Madrid. It didn't really work out very well for him, you know, like he went downhill. When he was leaving Real Madrid, he was desperate to come back to Liverpool and it didn't happen, you know, like not always does it work out. Sometimes maybe it does, you know. You could argue with Steve McManaman, even though he didn't play very much, he did score in a Champions League final and he won trophies he never would have won at won at Liverpool, I think, at the time. Just trying to think about when he made the move. Suarez did alright, but yeah, Suarez wasn't quite in the same category as some of the others I'm mentioning, you know, like these are mostly players, not Coutinho to be fair, Coutinho is similar to Suarez, but the others were more like Liverpool through and through from young. Like McManaman and Owen and so on. Like, to be fair, I think Coutinho got signed from Inter Milan, didn't he, for about 10 million or something. But Suarez was like absolutely top draw, one of the best strikers when he was at Liverpool. You could say that about Torres though, and Torres didn't do it, did he? But Jude Bellingham shaking that up. Well, Jude Bellingham was at Birmingham and then he went to Borussia Dortmund, so he's not really... You wouldn't say... I guess if Jude Bellingham's going to be a one-club man, his one club is going to be Real Madrid, if anything, right? So he was at Birmingham for a short while, and they actually retired his number when he left, and he left at a really young age, I believe. That's how good they thought. They thought that much of him. They retired his number, and he left as a teenager, you know, which is crazy, really. But yeah, I think Jude Bellingham can't really be argued as a one-club player, given he's got 3 clubs and he's only like 20-something, 21, 20. I don't see him signing 3 players in January. I think they might go back in for the dude that didn't sign before. Although I would be gutted if they went back in for him and then he starts paying ahead of Gravenberch. That would make no sense. I was just going to say, do I need any food? But I've still got 3 Macarella. Hey, Macarella. Aye. I think that's a mod, isn't it? That's not someone's fire. Is that right? I think that's on here all the time. I'll check it, but I think that's just part of the server, I think. I don't know. I'm going to be gutted if Trent leaves for nothing because he is properly class. I know he has his detractors, but I really rate him. I think I always have as well, to be fair. But I'll be gutted if he goes on a free. So Chelsea want your backup keeper. Kelleher is class. Kelleher is a Premier League starter, and no doubt in my mind he's a really good player. Yeah, you can see by the rocks around it, it's a mod. It's a mod. So that fire's always burning. I'm still not sure about Zubimeni. Well, I've not seen a great deal of him, but he was the exciting potential signing in the summer. I actually don't think Liverpool should sign him now. I think they should fuck him off. I really do. Like, he was umming and ahhing, oh, I don't want to sign, I want to stay. If he changes his mind, it's more like he's saying, well, my team's doing bad and your team's doing well. I'll come for the trophy, you know. Fuck that. I don't think they should sign a centre midfielder at the moment. I think they're looking pretty good. They've got Gravenberch, McAllister and Szoboszlai and Curtis Jones. Curtis Jones is really coming together.
TRMZ Whiskey Man disclaimer.
And then they've got Harvey Elliott as well. And Endo, you know, they've got 6 midfielders for 3 places. They're a little bit light. They lost Thiago and they sold old matey before the season before, Fabinho. They probably could do with another midfielder, but I don't think it should be him now. I think on principle they should fuck him off and get someone else. Hi Pete, you're right dude, thank you for the resub. John P, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube as well. I really need to make a fire. Barbaro, well I've never been 100% sure about Harvey Elliott or Curtis Jones, but it as part of players' developments, it's this kind of time where they start showing whether they'll make it or not. And Curtis Jones, he's not played loads this season, but he really is looking like he's progressing still. He looks like more confident. He looks like he was confident in an England shirt, you know, like he feels like he's growing into the confidence needed to be like a Premier League regular for a team like Liverpool, you know, whereas Harvey Elliott, he looks great at times, but he's obviously injured again, and I don't know. He still could do the same thing, but both of those, I've been a bit unsure whether they will or they won't. You just never know. Elliott has higher potential than Jones. I think that's harsh to say now, given what Jones has done more recently. You know, like he's just started 2 England internationals. You know, all right, there's been some injuries. You know, if Harvey Elliott was fit, he wouldn't be starting those 2 games. Is the point? You know, I think Jones is looking pretty decent at the moment. I still think that Harvey Elliott's a good player. I hope he makes it at Liverpool. That would be great. It saves Liverpool lots of money if they don't need to sign players because they're coming through like them, you know. Bring out more videos. I have nothing to watch. I'm afraid, Christian, it's likely to be an edited video on a Saturday and then 5 streams in between. That's the best I can do. Like, some weeks there's a really cool life. Like, this life is a really cool life. It could make a really good story. Some weeks there's a life like that and some weeks there isn't, you know. So not always can there be an edited, like, 45-minute to an hour-long story video, because not always do I get the life to do that. So some weeks it'll just be like highlights of the best moments of the week. Last week there wasn't really a really good one life story. The only one that could potentially be is the guy that logged out as a DMR character on Sakal on Thursday last week. So, like last week, the video coming out on Saturday, if there is one, will be a highlights of the week last week, because that's all I've got, you know. So it's not easy to do more videos, because the type of videos, like the one that came out Saturday, you could play a long time on stream before you got a boat around all of Sakal, found a DMR and an M4, got like 4 or 5 kills and a base range, you know. Like, you just can't do that every day. Like, you have to play, sometimes you might have to play for 200 hours to get a life like that, sometimes more, you know. Very cool, PJ. Cheers for that, Forever. Thank you. Your teeth are offside, wrapped around Chiellini, wasn't it? That's where his teeth got offside, I think.
Do you think Curtis Jones actually played well in an England shirt? I personally think he looked a bit out of his depth until he scored his goal.
Well, that can happen. I didn't see the first game, I only saw the goal, but I saw the second game. He looked solid enough, and they were a bit laboured in the first half. The whole team were, you know, but I think he looks the part. He looks like he believes he should be there, and maybe that goal will have helped settle him in that regard as well. But I think Jones looks good. Yeah, I think he's. That doesn't mean I think he'll be starting for England anytime soon. They've got a lot of players in that department. I don't think he'll be starting very often. You know, he's going to be competing against some very good players that were missing. I think England's bigger problem is what they do with Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham, because at the moment it seems hard to play both. Foden playing on the left of the forwards doesn't seem to quite do it, and maybe they get in the way of each other. Like Bellingham on his own in the last couple of games I think Bellingham is special, but so is Foden, you know. But trying to get Foden and Bellingham into a team that plays together well will be a little bit like this generation's Lampard and Gerrard, I think. Hopefully they can find a system that makes it work. Not quite the same positions, but a similar type of problem. If the dev said you could make one change to the game, what would it be? All players of DayZ are forced to subscribe to TheRunningManZ on YouTube and watch at least 5 videos. Beyond that, it would be to fix the zombies, I think. Foden is too inconsistent. I don't think he's too inconsistent for Man City, though. He was like Player of the Year for them last year, wasn't he? You know, but he's not consistent in an England shirt. But I think there's a lot more going on. You know, it's a complex thing. Like England themselves didn't play very well in the summer. It's hard to single out one player and say you're not consistent for England when, all right, they got to the final, but they really weren't very good in the summer, were they? You know, they didn't play well in a single game. They actually played quite well for the first half of the first game, and that was about the best they played, if I remember rightly. So somewhere in here there's a key card. I'm guessing it's in this building here. Seems stupid to go up there and when I don't know for sure it is there. It's just as well I didn't, because it's there, look. can't say I know a lot about Tamori, to be honest. But I don't get to watch as much football as I'd like, really. Bob the Builder, thank you for the 58. Bucknut, thank you very much as well. Tom Jennings, thank you for the super chat as well. Fix the boots again. Do anything with that. I like that. How cool is that? That it kind of opens like that. It's a bit like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction or something. I want to have a look and see what's in the bears, but I need some space in my inventory, so I'm just eating a piece of mackerel.
Smoke TV lurk.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Uncle Food Dude. Cheers for the resub. And JMC, thank you as well. Hope you're good, dude.
Hope you're well, Paul. Been a while since I've dropped in.
Oh, you can't get the bears. The bears are just for show. Right, let's get the hell away. Let's go this way, I think. Wish there was a way you could cut this fence or get through. It would be cool. I'd quite like a teddy bear or something as a means to protect the keycard that I have. I think I'd cry rivers of salt if the keycard got ruined. Prof, well thank you. Cheers for coming in. Cheers for the follow on the Twitchosphere as well. Denistar, thank you for the Prime. Very kind. Cheers for the support. Thank you for using your Prime sub on my channel. What's the keycard for? Another room a little bit like the one we just opened. So what we're doing right now is like a treasure hunt using keycards. So we've been out using a boat, found an oil rig, listened to a radio message at the oil rig that gave me coordinates to find a life buoy, and in the life buoy there was a dead zombie. Well, in the boat next to it there was a dead zombie with a keycard. That keycard's for Green Mountain. You come to Green Mountain, you get the keycard from there, you get the keycard, you go to Kamensk military base, and then there's another keycard area, and then I think you go to the airfield. There's another keycard area, and then I think you go to Tissy, and there's another keycard area. And then once you go to Tissy, I think there's a really good gun and also an NBC suit. And you take that NBC suit, go back to the ocean, get on another boat, and go to the gas zone and loot it for the best loot. Yeah, it's a modded server. Like, you can't get snow like this on regular Chernarus. No snow. So I think the next one is Troitsky military base or Kamensk military base. I'm going to check the keycard in a second. I'm already running as if it is that way though, but I'm not 100% sure. Blue area. Any person, any person must carry keycard while on facility. If you're found, immediately hand it over to the person responsible. Keycard for the locked door at Kamensk military base. So that's where it tells you. I was expecting it to say it on the card, but so in the description. So to be used at Kamensk military base. Should we? Oh, what am I going to find there that I want? Nothing. It might say Kamensk on the front side. I didn't see it. We heading there now? Maybe. I might just stop off at Starry Sobor for an hour or two. Or I might just say anything at all to not completely just say exactly where I'm going next, but probably am going there, but I'm probably not going there, really. I think I might just call it a day and come back next week. There's no keycards in official Chernarus. There's no keycards in any official map, except for the one you get. There's a punch card. So there's a punch card, which is like a paper punch card you can get on Livonia for the underground bunker, but there are no keycards in any official map. Bastard. Yeah, so far so good, Yakety. Like, we got a few kills before I got the first keycard. I'd quite like to not see anyone for ages now. I'm more than happy to bump into nobody for a good while. Yeah, just coming back to it briefly, I personally I don't think the heat packs being better is good, and getting 3+ symbols is good. But I don't think it's one of the best features of Namalsk is the soft skill for frost resistance. It's the only good soft skill in DayZ. The only good one. And the fact that they've taken away the soft skill that the game used to have gives me some hope that they might be working on a very light version of it that would work for Sakal and also Chernarus and Livonia too. I think there's room for a very light version of the soft skill on regular Chernarus because... and Livonia, because the weather can be oppressive, right? If you've been alive for 20 hours and it starts raining on Livonia, you're going to get cold and you're going to need to dry up and you're going to need to make a fire over and over and over again, right? And Livonia, it can feel really dull, right? Like again, personal taste, other people will be different, but you can't combat the rain. You can't combat it at all. It rains, you get wet. All you can do is stay inside. If you stay inside, you can't play the game, you know? And then you go, like, it stops raining, so you make a fire, and you're at the fire, and you're waiting for your clothes to dry. And before it stopped rain, before it's all your clothes are dry, it starts raining again. You start hearing thunder, and it literally rains for 95% of the day on Livonia. It feels like. Maybe it doesn't, but it feels like that. You know. I don't think it's good that the game has no way of combating that. It's not survival. It's just it's like punishment. It's not hard to make a fire and dry your clothes because it rains. But it sure is tedious. Is the second your clothes are dry, it rains again. Right? What's the point? What's the point of having the mechanic if you can never keep your clothes dry ever because it just rains again? It's just constantly mending something that's about to get broken. And maybe that's the DayZ, you know. Like, but it has gone too far in my book. You get a nice pristine pair of gloves. You slide down one ladder, they're now damaged. You need to repair them. You get a nice pristine jacket, you get hit by one zombie, they're now damaged, you need to repair them, you know. Is that hard? It's not hard, is it? You either find a sewing kit or you don't, but it's not hard. It's not hard like, I don't know, making food rarer so that you have to hunt more. But if you hunt, you have to make a noise and maybe you attract players, and also when you make the fire, you maybe do too. But, like, being forced to hunt a deer because you're starving and you've got a shotgun with 2 slugs and you're trying to sneak up on a deer and you're really hungry and you absolutely must succeed. That's exciting. You know, like survival type, forced survival where it really is, when it really matters. That's fun. But fixing your gloves because you slid down a ladder, fixing your jacket because you killed a couple of Zeds, finding a new jacket because you didn't have a sewing kit and now it's ruined. Your backpack that you just spent 6 hours looking for got ruined because you found it was badly damaged and you didn't have a sewing kit. And then you got hit by 3 zombies and now it's ruined. I'm not convinced that that's particularly exciting. And other people can disagree, and that's fine. I think survival, like, if your bandages are unclean and you didn't loot any detergent or you didn't loot new bandages and then you get hit by a zombie and they get done, that's a really cool gameplay loop, right? You get shot and your bandages they go from worn to damaged and now they're not disinfected. You kill the player that kills you and then you have to bandage and then you get sick and then you've got to go and find meds to fix it. That's a really cool mechanic of the game. It's a survival story. Where's the story in that time you played and fixed your jacket 17 times? You know, who's going to remember that in 2 years? You know, who's going to remember that time that you fixed your gloves 16 times to slide down some ladders? You know, it's not memorable gameplay, is it? It's dull, and that's same. Who's going to remember that life where you made 17 fires? You know, there's no like DayZ's tagline is "This is your story." Where's the story in mending everything over and over and over again? That doesn't mean that there's not lots of other ways to do it, and different people think different things. But that's what I think. SFPO, thank you for the bits. I actually think they've got the survival is much better now. So just to be much more positive, I think the inventory changes that they brought in are really good. You know, like changing the size of the inventory, making it harder to carry guns in bags, making it harder to carry all of the loot. As a self-confessed loot whore, I think it's a really positive change that they've done it, because it makes it like when you're a new spawn, like you're happy to find a medical jacket. It gives you a bit more inventory space. You find a pair of paramedic pants or whatever, you're happy because you've now got a bit more space. And as you're going through, like you're picking things up, you're having to choose: do I carry a knife, or do I carry that, or do I carry a spare can of food that I can't open, or do I carry an extra bandage? Those kind of choices are really good, and they really enhance the game, and it's much, much better. I like the fact that you have items and your quality needs to be upheld, but there's just a balance with it. You know, like, just as an example, you wear gloves to protect your hands, but if you're a new spawn and you find gloves before you find a melee weapon, you have to take your gloves off to punch zombies, you know. Could they degrade against zombies, and would that make sense? Absolutely. But should your worn gloves go to damaged after you've punched 5 or 6 zombies? Why? Like, it just needs to be dialed down a little bit, so that you just don't feel like, oh, I found gloves, that's cool, I don't normally find them this quick, and then you kill 3 zombies, you're like, oh, now I need new gloves, you know, what's the point? You know? Like, it just, those things just need to be dialed down a little bit, so they're a little bit more subtle. I don't think they should not exist. Just trying to pick a route that feels safe to get across here. This is quite a... In the history of this game, this is a really, really dangerous area. I'm not sure how dangerous it will be today. Hopefully it won't be, but the amount of firefights, like back in the days of old school DayZ, that was a server. There was a server called old school DayZ. These areas here would be full, like the trees over there or these trees here, there'd be squads all over the place sniping each other, and if you crossed this field in the open, you basically had a death wish. Oh shit! Sorry guys, I don't know how long that's been there. Yeah, the stream's not over, don't worry. I tried to change to turn the gamma off because it's getting lighter, and I must have fat fingered the next button along from my DayZ scene is the ending stream scene. So yeah, we're not ending, don't worry. Some might say the ending stream was better. After viewers are gone, yeah, oh well. If they went after those few seconds, they were going to go anyway. So anyway, this area is where I was trying to say. All around here, those trees, those. Back in the days of old school DayZ and people like Danny Plays sniping you from 800 metres away, this was a dangerous area.
That scene change was bait for the stream snipers, right?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, bait for the stream snipers. They all logged off and threw their controllers at the wall. Alf, I don't know exactly. It was made for me by Gale Level. Gale made the ending soon stream. He made it on a stream. I watched him make it. I've had that same ending now screen since 2015, maybe early 16. I should probably try and get a new one made at some point, but it looks fine. It looks great, you know. I did write a lot of feedback up. I don't think that my feedback made a difference. I'm not saying it did, but I wrote some feedback, and then I know it got to the devs, and I know they talked about it. It doesn't mean that they made a change. Now, I don't think they should just because of what I say either, but I do know that Sumrak is a really passionate guy. Sumrak makes, I think, most of the game decisions. Sumrak really knows his own mind. He's a really strong-minded person, so he wouldn't bend to the will of some stream douche like me. He'll listen to feedback from anyone, whether it's me or anyone else. But he'll do what he thinks is right. But he'll listen, you know, he'll listen and then make his own mind up, right? But so I don't think I've necessarily changed anything. But in the feedback, I did talk a lot about the inventory sizes and carrying guns in bags and how it's easy to carry guns in most backpacks, and then you can have like any gun for any situation ready to fire. And with the backpacks getting smaller, which was not my suggestion in any way, shape or form, by the way, but it's definitely removed a lot of that, hasn't it? You know, you need a bag like this one to carry a gun in the back of it. Like the SKS won't fit even. You know, like the AK-101 will fit, the AK-74 will fit, but most guns still don't fit in it. You know? I like Sakal, but Sakal right now has been out 4 or 5 weeks. The 25 minutes and make a fire. What about in 3 years, you know? How many people are going to still want to do it then? What about in 2 years or 6 months or a year, you know? Like, that's the more you play it, the more I think the constantly stopping to make a fire will gradually gnaw at you like a dripping tap. Could be wrong. Hasn't really bothered me yet, but I think it will. In the long run, it will get to me. You know, if Chernarus servers will go winter Chernarus from December. DA9, the devs don't have a winter Chernarus. That anything that you see that's winter Chernarus is all community made by a modder. So the modder that makes winter Chernarus works for Bohemia. His name's That Lad. Now, he didn't originally make the winter Chernarus mod. Somebody else made it. Can't remember their name, but they stopped modding, so That Lad took it on and carried on working on it. So obviously That Lad works on winter Chernarus. They were making Sakal, so they took on him as an artist because of what he'd already done, you know. So maybe down the line there might be a winter Chernarus map because he's there. Maybe they can use his knowledge to make one. You never know, but there won't be any winter Chernarus on official console servers this year. It doesn't exist. Crazy that they've not integrated the winter map yet. Well, they want Sakal to be the winter map. You know, they've just brought out a winter DLC. I don't think it would be a very good business decision the year that they start selling a winter DLC map to make the OG map winter for free. You know, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe they could tack it onto the Sakal DLC as like a, if you bought Sakal DLC you get winter Chernarus kind of thing, and that might be a cool idea if they would. But if you were a businessman and you'd sold everybody something and then you had a new thing to sell, you wouldn't then give away a free thing that was just like the new thing. That would be a bit stupid, wouldn't it? Winter Chernarus has been around a while, but it's a mod. It's not something Bohemia do, is it? They didn't... that's the point, isn't it? You know, like, probably where the most money is to be made on Sakal is on console, right? Because console don't have all of these servers. If you want to play something dramatically different than Chernarus or Livonia, it's Sakal and you have to buy it. And a lot of people are playing on console, you know, like it's more than people realise. It's busy. I do need to make another fire. Been cold for a while. I was cold from before we got to when we got to Devil's Castle, sorry, Green Mountain. I'd be very surprised if there's not players either at Starry or at Novi. You're just running through the woods all day. Yeah, I know, it's a disgrace, isn't it, Matthew? I'm going from one place to another and it involves a lot of journeying. That's the game, dude. I'm doing just fine. Thank you for the bits. Cheers for that. Thank you. Mr. Bradley, thank you for the super chat as well. I'll be moving this to winter on December the 1st for a month, then I'll be going back to autumn. This is my favourite as well, Happy Bombs. I think this is my favourite version of Chernarus as well, I agree. If you've got a cold, tetracycline cures it, Radron, yeah. If you get a cold, take tetracycline, it will get rid of the cold for you. And then if you keep your immune system high, so if your health is full, your blood is full, and your energy and your hydration are high, even if you get cold, you probably won't catch another cold. So that's kind of how you can deter it. I can't believe it's 8 o'clock already. It doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago that the server restart was, and it was 4 hours. CGMGC, I struggle with that every time. Cheers for the bits, dude. Thanks again. Hi Bucknut, you're right, dude. Yeah, charity stream will be on the Sunday the 15th of December. I haven't done a great deal of planning yet, but I've set the date, and I've also managed to get front page coverage with Twitch for the day, so I applied for it. They have like a Discord where they, for Twitch partners, they open up front page for applications. So I've applied once before and I didn't get it, but I didn't have a good reason, whereas this time I could say I'm doing a charity stream. Last year I raised X amount of money. It would help for that, you know, so thankfully we got the front page for this one, which is great. Same charity broken. I'm really quite keen on Alzheimer's as a, like, dementia as a cause because of my dad, so it'll be the same charity. It'll be Alzheimer's Research UK. I've got to be honest, I don't think this year we're going to raise as much money as last year. I hope we can. That would be amazing. But last year we raised £68,000 in a day. I think we'll do well to get near that this time, but who knows? That was like I feel like that was a peak for me. And when I say me, it's not me that does it, it's you guys. For us, I don't see us topping that. I really think that the whole the top 3 donators win an opportunity to play with me, and the top donator wins a signed mouse mat and a watch, and the chance to play with Sauer Muller and I think that really was a catalyst for a lot more higher donations. And I can't do that this year because it turns out you're not meant to do that. So I think this year, if I get the chance, I'm going to set up like a couple of eBay charity auctions, so you can do that. So there'll be some charity auctions that run during the day where the money goes straight to the charity, but it's done as an eBay auction so that only the top bidder actually pays. But I may not even do that. I don't know. I can do that though. That's allowed. But yeah, you're not allowed. I didn't know this. It's something that I stumbled across a video from somebody on Twitter actually, that it was about illegal lotteries and what it means, and if you give away prizes based on money alone, it's not allowed. So you're not allowed to do it. You have to have some other thing, or if it's something like that, you have like a free entry as well. So you can say if you donate, you get entered into a prize draw to win X, but you have to have a free entry as well, otherwise you're breaking the law. Which is kind of annoying, and that's like, it's the same in the UK, that same rule applies in America as well. There's a lot of people that do some really dodgy things to get around it, you know, but It's the no purchase necessary clause. Yeah, you can't just do a lottery. Like it's effectively a lottery, right? Now, what I was giving away was my time more than anything else, which is not really it's not quite the same. But if you could effectively just say, right, I'm going to give away $10,000. All of you are allowed to buy tickets. They cost $20,000. Sorry, they cost $20,000. I'm going to give away $10,000. I'm going to sell 10,000 tickets at $2 each. And when I sell the 10,000 tickets at $2 each, well, I'll do a prize and one person's win $10,000. You know, you're not allowed to do that. Nobody's allowed to do that except the government. You get like a government-hosted lottery, but you can't just host your own. That's why when they have like phone-in things, they're like text this number, and the question is that they have a question which makes it a vague amount of skill. So that sometimes they'll get around it by having a question which makes it a quiz, so you can have a wrong answer. But that's why the question is, what's the first letter of the alphabet? Is it A, or is it B, Z, or is it C, X? The question's really easy, but by having a question, they've added a level of skill that's required to answer it, and they can get around it as well. But then to cover themselves, they'll normally also have like send a stamped addressed envelope to this address, and you can gain a free entry, which nobody ever bothers to do, you know. How do I become a member? Kyle, it costs £3.99 on YouTube. You just click the join button on the screen. If you want to do it, there's no obligation to do so. It gives you some emotes, and you get that little emblem next to your name, and you can use the emotes in YouTube comments as well. I keep going this way. I'm making no promises about mod squads, none. I don't know. I've got to be honest. Your last year was insane. It was crazy, but I think if we do £30,000 or £40,000, that would be absolutely staggering still. I really don't envisage doing anything like what we did last year. Where do you find the join? It should just be on my YouTube homepage, dude. Just like if you go to YouTube/C/TheRunningManZ, so just my homepage, it should be just on the right-hand side on the actual page. There should be just a little join section, I think. I don't know. Other than that, I don't know where you find it. Next to the bell. Thanks, Pinkster. Do you have any interest in playing the new Stalker game tomorrow? I do, yeah. The only thing that's putting me off slightly is that I'm on a couple of DayZ lives that I really need to try and finish one of them to make a video. This one would be great. But yeah, I would quite like to play Stalker 2, but I don't know. Hi Roman, how you doing? Hello from Croatia, hello from the UK, dude. Yeah, Chris, who he's watching sometimes under the name Alzheimer's Research. He's sometimes watching the stream, but I did talk about it briefly earlier. But he asked me if I would like to do a lab visit with Alzheimer's Research, which I'm actually doing at the end of this month on the 29th of July. Sorry, 29th of November, not the 29th of July. Fuck me dead. So me and the missus are going to Cambridge to have like a couple of hours tour. It's probably going to be a little bit above my head, but it's going to be at a lab where they're doing research into dementia, and so learning a little bit about what they actually do with the money that gets raised will be a very cool thing, I think. If I play Stalker Tom, it will definitely be on stream, yeah. I won't play it off stream. I'm quite looking forward to it though. That should be good. You know, Cambridge isn't a million miles away from me in Suffolk. Friday, it's on a Friday, so it's on a day where I'd normally be off, so and we can do something afterwards in Cambridge as well. But more importantly, it'll be a kind of a cool thing to do. The lady that's meeting us there from Alzheimer's Research is one of the higher up people with regards to fundraising, and she's never done a lab tour herself, and she's been working at Alzheimer's research for a long time, so that's a first for her as well, which is kind of cool that I'm getting to do that. I think that's pretty badass. Will I be making a video about the tour? No. I'm just not a vlogger, dude. I don't really have it in me. Obviously, I'll be talking about it on stream, and particularly on the charity day, obviously. What servers do you play on, Vanilla or Karma Crew? Parsifal, that's like a presumptive close, isn't it? It's either Vanilla or Karma Crew, and there's nothing in between. I did play on one of the Karma Crew servers yesterday. I quite like them. They're decent servers, but I play on all sorts of different servers. Community-wise, I like Karma Crew, Zero, Day One, Spaggy, DayZ Underground, and others. You know, Clash Vanilla is pretty decent as well. Dusk Vanilla is pretty decent too. There's a lot of servers you can play on. This is the same character as yesterday's Fonzie, so I'm doing the keycard quest. I've managed to get out onto the sea and find an oil rig, listen to the message, get that noted down, and then we've found the buoy, we've found the keycard, we've gone to Green Mountain, used the keycard. I've got the next one and we're heading to the next keycard location now. All being well. It's a bit of a run. Is this General Sam's server? No. I think it's interesting that General Sam has a server. He made a video along the tune of DayZ is dead or something like that. He's kind of a funny dude, General Sam. This is not me casting shade. He's a funny dude. I don't dislike him. And it's just a YouTube video, I don't really care, you know, but he was one of the ones that made a DayZ is dead and here's why video. And yet here we are 4 or 5 years after that video and he's hosting a server. That's kind of cool in a way. But that's not me casting shade, there is no shade there, I don't give a fuck, you know, like make a video, get some views, who cares. It wasn't the worst of those type of videos, there was some that were horrendous. There was one by a YouTuber, his name Rusky, or Rusky, R-U-S-K-I-E. And he absolutely blew up on YouTube by making a video that was called The Day DayZ Died. And he made about 8 or 9 videos. He made another one about Metal Gear Solid, and he made one about Frankie on PC and about what his videos were like and how good they were and whatnot. And these they were like video essays, and he was quite a smart dude, and they were literally like, what can I find, and then like really massively critique. And I think the problem with doing that style of video is that very quickly you're going to run out of things that you can massively critique. And then what do you do? Actually, from what I remember, I think he also had a channel about films, talking about like cinema and breaking down films, and those were really good videos. He was a very smart dude, he was quite an insightful guy, but it's very much easier to be a critic than a creator, you know, like the actual gaming videos were not really my kind of cup of tea. David, thank you very much for the 33. David, thank you very much for the support, dude. Hattie, the Brad, Fletcham, sorry it took me a while to get there. Fletcham, thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. I really need to make a fire. Not having a fire is making my energy last way less amount of time. Like I'm going to have to... I've still got 2 mackerel left, but I'm going to have to eat way more often. I think we're going to get somewhere near Nagano, and then I'm going to make a fire. I need to stop not be light blue, otherwise I'm just going to eat and drink way more than I want to. Uxka, yeah, there's been some cool videos this year. Like, even if I do say so myself, it has been a bit of a challenge to try and get it working well with YouTube, like streaming and videos. But I feel like it's settled in and going pretty well. You know, like I don't think streaming is inhibiting the YouTube video views anymore like it was. It definitely was. On that subject, if you're on YouTube, if you've not seen Saturday's YouTube video, it's an hour long. It's a really good story, I think. Revolving around a quest to try and find a DMR on Sakal and then going and using it and getting killing a squad of 3 and all sorts of other stuff. It's kind of cool. Check it out if you can.
Keep running. TRMZ love.
Bacon, thank you very much for the gifted sub-innings. Thank you very much for the 5 memberships. That's really, really kind, dude. Thank you. And doing work. Thank you for the resub too. That fox is a little bit glitchy. I think I'm going to make the fire in a tree. I don't know. I need to get this. It's taking too long. Actually did get a sewing kit. I need to fix the backpack as well. It'd be kind of stupid not to, I think. Oh, there was a time when DayZ was really, really dead, for sure, right? There's no denying that, you know, like... But anybody that was still playing the game knew it was an ongoing process. We all knew that they were doing a new engine and there was going to be a long period of pain. The devs were quite honest about it, you know, they were honest enough to say, we're making a new engine, it's going to take a while, and 0.62 was like more than a year and we were on the same patch. It was really, really turgid, you know. But they were quite open about it. They were working on it.
Since I planned on becoming a member anyway.
Kyle, dude, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the super chat. Thank you. Herjan, thank you for the 25 months as well. Duct tape. I did get duct tape so I can fix the bag, but I got sewing kit as well. I might save the duct tape in case I make a bottle with it or something. Bottle suppressor. I imagine there's not much point now because I've got the blaze, so I could just use it. Start using it. There's no point saving it, is there? Because I can't use a bottle suppressor with the blaze. Look at that, I'm in split spot 100% A-OK condition, pretty much. I know we can fix the hit pack as well. Yeah, but, being a DayZ fan, I talk about it quite a lot, and this is no reflection of me. I'm not trying to but being a streamer in that time, like I went full time in 2016, and DayZ was on its arse between 2016 and 2018. It was a huge gamble. DayZ was on its arse. There was just people leaving the game gradually, and then other games came out, and it was really, really unpopular. And it was my favourite game, and I was happy enough playing it. But it did feel like a huge gamble. Like, I've got to be honest, in 2017 or 18, I didn't think I would be a full-time streamer in 2024. I'm very, very grateful to be one. I did play PUBG Psychedelic. I was a PUBG partnered streamer, but I never really went full force onto it. But I'm just not as good at PUBG as, say, somebody like Break was, just for one example, you know. I'm not quite as good as, say, Smoke would be. But I'm a much slower learner in a game like that, so I would need more hours to get to whatever my level would be. Like in a new game, it takes me quite a lot of hours to really get up to speed, whereas other people, like the best example ever at that is Shroud. Like, he can play a new game and in 15 minutes he's better than most people will ever be. Like, I'm not like that. I can play for 15 hours and look like I've never played it before. You know, it takes me a while to really get up to speed with stuff. I quite enjoyed PUBG. What annoyed me about PUBG is that you have to win a round. You know, I could have a whole day where I'd be getting oh so nears, but I just wasn't at the level like some of the other guys would. Like, if you watched Break and he had 8 rounds of PUBG, he'd probably win 5, get a second, get a third out of 8. You know, if I played 8 rounds of PUBG, I'd probably get a couple of top 10s. You know, I just was not. I'd never played Battle Royale before ever, and it just took. I was getting there. I had some good rounds, but it wasn't really my game anyway. It didn't hold my interest as much. Same with Tarkov, you know. Well, that sucks. That'll have to do. 3 sticks and I only got 2+ symbols. That sucks. I guess I was cold before I started. I would like to make it 3, but no, I think we'll just carry on. It felt a bit risky doing it there, to be honest. I personally feel without streamers like you and Smoke, DayZ would have died long ago. I don't know. I think it's a chicken and egg thing. I think if Smoke and I stopped streaming tomorrow, then other people would gradually grow into our space. I genuinely think that. I'm not trying to talk Smoke down. Smoke is a lovely dude and he deserves his success. But what I am trying to say is that most of the people that watch me or Smoke or Sour or whoever else, you know, if they stopped, those people are likely to go and find someone else in the long run, you know. Do more people play Tarkov or DayZ? Well, it's hard to get that number because Tarkov is all ran in-house, but I'd say Tarkov is substantially more popular than DayZ. Like, Tarkov doesn't sell through Steam, so you can't get figures. Like, Steam has figures just for PC. Tarkov doesn't have any of that because Tarkov is all ran on internal servers by the game devs themselves. I only played Arma Reforger the day it came out. What was wrong with DayZ between 16 and 18? Dark antimatter. So DayZ launched on the old Arma 2 engine, and they realised in 2014 and 15 that the old Arma 2 engine was not any good for what they wanted to do. They had to make a new engine, so they set about making a new engine for DayZ. So basically, what happened between 2015 and 2018 is that they were changing the engine of the car while the car was running. They were driving the car. Like this, you could play the game, but they were trying to change the engine of the car whilst it was moving. So it was a very, very slow development process. Anything that they added during that time was effectively going to come and get taken away again when they introduced the new engine, because anything they developed for the game then, they were developing for the Arma 2 engine, which they were about to stop using. So it was basically on hiatus while they developed the Infusion engine. And hardly anything changed with the game. Game-breaking bugs took ages to get fixed. Like, people could, like, glitch into walls, and the devs knew about it, but spending any time fixing it would delay the work they were doing making the engine that was going to fix it in the long run anyway, you know, like, so there was just a long period of the game being mostly broken with not much being added while they made the new engine. So it was just like a very long wait for the engine to develop, basically, with very little progress. Reforger uses the Infusion engine, but it's a newer version, so the DayZ engine effectively came to be in 2019. And then they took that engine, handed it to the Arma devs, and they've carried on iterating it so that they can use it for Arma 4. So yes, it does, but it's much more modern. It's got 5 years more development in it. I think I'm actually coming a bit far left here. I need to go a bit more to the right. Yeah, I am. I'm going a bit too far left. That's Black Mountain there. I need to go this way a bit more. Yeah, well, Armour and DayZ don't necessarily share devs, Soupy, but they're the same company. They do have some cross-pollination of developers. I think people go from and to each one, but I think the Armour devs work on Armour and the DayZ devs work on DayZ for now, but that has changed a bit in the past. It may change a bit in the future, I suppose. I don't know. What do you guys give advice if you give somebody new? Honestly, dude, the early game when you first start is exactly like you just said, hunger and zombies and starving and not knowing. You've just got to keep at it, you know. Just learn from your mistakes, you know. If you go to a well and then 10 minutes later you're thirsty, you didn't drink enough at the well. You know, you can drink at the well for ages. Drink until your stomach is full and then go and loot a few houses and come back and drink at the well again, you know. Stock up on water while it's there to be drank, you know. And just keep playing the game. Keep playing and practicing. You'll get better. The more hours you play, the better you'll get. I really did come a long way right, didn't I? It's okay though. This is Little Dubrovka or Upper Dubrovka, whichever it is. We don't really need to go here, but maybe I could, on the subject of wells, I could have a drink of water. Like right now, I don't really need water, but there's a well right there. It's a really good opportunity to just get the water in me while I can, you know. If you don't, an hour later or half an hour later, when I go yellow thirsty and I'm nowhere near a well, I will have thought I should have gone when I was near the well. But what happens is you keep playing the game, you just learn the map, so you'll start to learn the map, you'll learn where you are, you'll learn where the wells are, and then it will really help you play the game. It'll be quicker. It's much harder when you start because all you see is trees and a hill and you don't know which way to run. If you pick the wrong way, you might die. Whereas when you've been playing a while, you'll know where to go. Like second nature. Here, you do learn from watching people stream the game. You might not, but if you play the game, I learnt more from watching streamers in 2014, like watching Smack in particular. But like, if you're playing Chernarus and you watch a streamer that's playing Chernarus on a similar type of server to you, you can absolutely learn by watching streamers and asking questions, like seeing where they go and why, and like what loot route they take from Berezino or what loot route they take from Electro and so on. You can pick up a lot that way. If you watch them whilst like kind of being aware of where they are and where they're going and why, you can really learn a lot from streams. That's what you're talking about. I learnt more watching Smack playing in 2014 than I did from like YouTube tutorials and stuff like that. Well, I'm not just talking about me, Flem, but it's true. I definitely did. I learnt more. I wasn't a streamer at the time then, and I definitely learnt more watching him. I learnt a bit really about playstyles as well. I had my own playstyle, and it was similar, but like he used to always play on full pop servers, and like he'd always gear up on full pop servers. And when I first started watching him, I used to gear up on low or middle pop servers, so I could get geared without bumping into players. And watching him and realising how he played helped me learn that it actually would probably be a lot more fun to gear up on high pop servers and just run the gauntlet of that, because you'll get a lot more adventures along the way. And it was right, you know. That's probably the biggest thing I learnt from Smack in 2014. It's a long time ago now, obviously, but he used to be a lone wolf. Like 4 out of every 5 streams he would be a lone wolf, and I enjoyed playing that way. But being a lone wolf that is bumping into players and getting in scrapes and like coming out the other side sometimes, you know, it was really cool to watch. Yeah, the nice thing of accidentally coming this way, as you say, Zupa, is that there is a chance for a convoy on this road up ahead, which is kind of cool. A convoy up here would be good. Brutus, thank you so much for the resub, dude. Thank you very much. Feel like I'd probably see the convoy if it were there. Possibly not. Might just be a bit further up the hill, but I don't think it's there. Nope, it's not there. Bum. I think it's about here anyway. I remember hiding a gun in that tree. I feel like we've done a big circle of the map today, so just to my right, kind of, well, more that way, is Black Mountain, and just to my right there, we were the other side of Krasnostad when we shot that dude in those 4 civilian barracks before, and he was the guy that had the radio that then enabled me to go off and try and find the boat. But we've kind of done an entire lap of the ocean and come around from Komarovo up to Devil's Castle, and now we're nearly back to where I was killing that dude. It's a really weird... That's the cool thing about this little treasure hunt. It does make you do some lapping of the map. It's kind of cool. You can tell I'm being serious when I don't run across the open field. Normally, if on any normal day, I'd just run across that way, but I'm going to stay in the tree line and follow that towards the tents. I think that makes more sense. Doesn't mean I won't die, but it makes more sense. Just running around in the woods all day, yeah. I saw one of your videos, it's 4 years ago. In that video you were able to write notes in game. I think it's pretty cool what happened to that kind of feature. That was in a modded server, so it was probably a Livonia Day 1 server, I would guess, but Day 1 has pens and the ability to write notes on paper. I think it has it now as well. It was in the game for the briefest of moments. They had it in the game as well a long time ago, maybe 2015 or 16, I forget when, but it went in the game and then it came out of the game, and the reason is that people were writing horrendous stuff in them. So you would be in Electro and you'd find a note and it would just say horrendous things, and that I think the devs made the decision that they didn't want it in the base game. Because people are dumb. James, thank you so much. James Webster, cheers for the gifted memberships. That's very, very kind, dude. Thank you. They didn't last very long in the base game, and that's why. Just realised I've not been recording for absolutely ages. Probably since the last server restart. So half an hour ago.
I'm a poor fella RN, but feels like you deserve a little bit anyways. D, have a great night.
Oliver, just to be serious for a second, if you're struggling for money, never, ever, 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 ever tip some stream douche like me. I'm extraordinarily grateful, don't get me wrong, but I'm doing okay. So if you're not doing okay, don't tip me, you know. Thank you very much for the thought nonetheless, but yeah, keep your money, use it wisely. I feel like I'm telling you off for tipping, which is not my intention. Thank you. Did I try the new Steam feature to record? No, I haven't done. I use Shadowplay. It just works really, really well. Apart from every time there's an update to either the Nvidia app or Shadowplay, it seems to be resetting my fucking settings and then not recording the mic. I checked it today and it wasn't recording the mic, so it might have been doing that yesterday. I really hope not. Shadowplay is ass. I don't think it is, Mental Code. I think you're wrong. It's not as good as OBS for recording, but if you're streaming with OBS twice, it's a lot cheaper on performance, and the quality is good. I'm not looking for a debate mental code. You go and start a stream and start a YouTube channel and you record with OBS as much as you want. I don't mind. There are pros and cons, but there are pros. Camp, thank you for the sub. That's very kind. Oliver, thank you as well. I personally feel like OBS is doing enough work for me right now. Chernarus, I've not really looked at Restream. I think the multi-streaming from OBS is the best way to do multi-streams, I think, in terms of quality. What editor program do you use for YouTube? Well, at the moment, Leo, I'm using 2 editors. So, Uncupa uses Adobe on PC, and Finn uses Final Cut on Mac. Had you blabbering for 9 minutes of a 15-minute video? Yeah, the good old days. How do I feel about the Sakal changes? I think they're good. I've not played Sakal since the changes, but I think that it's good to see them changing stuff. I did not know Adobe had it. It's Adobe Premiere, right? It's probably the most popular one on the planet. It's a monthly subscription nowadays, I think, if you're going to have Premiere. Oliver, thank you again. James, thank you. Oi, mate. Cheers. And Camp, thank you both of you for the follows on YouTube. Don't think there is a free alternative to it that works as well. The best free editing software is DaVinci Resolve, isn't it? DaVinci is meant to be the best free one. DaVinci Resolve is the best free one. When I started was Windows Movie Maker or a hacked version of Vegas, which is obviously not legal. But the best free one was a Windows Movie Maker. DaVinci Resolve is meant to be really good.
Cheers,
like some
Red
actual
Heart.
films that come out of the cinema are made on DaVinci Resolve, I believe. It depends what you're going to do. For editing like I do, like the kind of videos I would make, DaVinci Resolve will do a fine job. My editing's quite simple. I'll never forget, I won't name the YouTuber, but I'll never forget seeing a YouTuber of a really well... They had 10 million subscribers, and it was not a DayZ YouTuber. There isn't one with that many, but I saw a YouTuber show their Vegas. They had 10 million subs, and they were multi-millionaire by a long way. And when they showed their Vegas, it was a hacked version of Vegas. They were still using a hacked version of Vegas, like a cracked version you could get for free, even though they'd got 10 million subs. It's just insane. It's just insane. And I can't possibly say who it was, but they like selling Prime. And they occasionally box or sing, and that I don't remember who it was. Ronin, thank you very much for the 10 months. You don't stay rich by spending money. Well, that's true. Mike Tyson. No, it wasn't Mike Tyson. I think the DayZ community is slowly growing. I mean, it has been for the last 2 or 3 years. It may not always be that way. I'm a bit open field here, aren't I? But it hit its all-time peak player base a few Sundays ago. I suspect it will break that between Christmas and New Year. Like when people are off, lots of people game over that sort of time. I suspect between Christmas and New Year, and then for the next month afterwards, kind of January time, I suspect it'll probably beat its all-time peak player base a few times then, probably. But yeah, DayZ's been growing in terms of average player base for a couple of years. Don't want to be anywhere near that. So that's back towards the castle. I don't need to loot the castle, obviously, so I'm not going anywhere near it, but... Interesting, Giant, yeah. So they're trying to get you to shop other people. I'm not going to lie, when I very, very first started, I was using a hacked version of Vegas. In fact, my first legitimate version of Vegas came from Spaggy. He sent me a version of it for free. Like a paid-for version. But I would have bought one. I didn't need to in the end. But the reality is, when you first start, when I first started YouTube, I was massively in debt. I had no money. And we're talking about 8 or 9 years ago. So it's a long time ago. It wasn't like yesterday. Where is the next card location? It's this way. Another patch in DayZ Tools isn't working again. What have they done now then, DJ Struggle? How did he tank all of those slugs? Andy, I don't know. I shot a dude 3 or 4 times with slugs and he just took them all. Yeah, I've seen Benny, John McLean, talking about the issues he was having with the maps, and 1 or 2 other map creators as well on Twitter. I feel for the map creators and the modders massively, but I don't want to say I feel sorry for the devs, but I'm glad the devs are still developing the game. But if they could do it in such a way as to not create so much work for the modders, that would be great too. It's an age-old thing, isn't it? It happened a lot with Armour as well. A lot of people left Armour because there was updates that broke things all the time. But I hope it can get ironed out. If there could be a little bit more communication between the DayZ devs and the modders, and like a little bit more forward planning, or a little bit more like one-to-one, this is coming and this is how you fix it, it would really be good, I think. I just feel like everything with Bohemia is on a shoestring, so they have to react to issues afterwards. Yeah, there is. I think is his name's Mario. I think I don't want to try and put in it, but I think there is meant to be a modder liaison. But like, doesn't matter what your job title is. From the little bit I've seen, the people at Bohemia work really hard. They work long hours and they work very hard. From the little bit I've seen, there's nobody.
Now in development,
there's nobody work shy.
Extended version of Essica winking face. Keep doing what you're doing. Great to see your continued growth, TRMZ. Red heart, red heart, red heart.
Apples, very cool. Yeah, an extended version of Essica would be very cool. Like that, at least half of Essica is unfinished, isn't it? Like maybe 2/3. That would be cool to see more of that. Apples, thank you very much. iLick, thank you very much for the support. Cheers, iLick Windows. Weekend, thank you as well. Yeah, it's a drivable car, but I'm really close to the next zone, and it won't, based on where it is, it won't be, it won't have a battery and a spark plug and a radiator. It's been dumped there. I doubt it, but it doesn't matter. It's in the open, and I don't want to go because we're close to the next card zone, so there's no point being there. On the subject of being back where you were before, earlier in the day I sniped a dude over who was crossing a fence just in that town there, so we really have done a full circle. We're coming up towards where the summer camp is. I was looting that summer camp at the start of the stream, or an hour into the stream, whatever. Very cool battles. I don't remember the names off the top of my head of the 2 original developers, but I presume you're not one of the 2 original developers, are you? I know I would remember one of them if I saw their name. So I presume you've managed to get hold of the files to take it over of you or something like that. That's cool if you have, dude. GG. Hi JR, dude. Hope you're good. Dylan, cheers for the gifted sub to Seasons. That's very kind. Thank you. Yeah, Essica's a fun map. It would be cool to see it expand. Essica City is really cool. The actual main city. Thoughts on Nvidia's earnings tomorrow? Blimey, I haven't really looked. I don't have any holdings of any single company in America. I have hardly any holdings of any company in the UK either, but I hope it's positive. I think that is an SV98. It's a big gun. And that gun's at, I think I said Nagano before, but that's Nagano over that way. Gvozdeno was the town I meant to say. Yeah, I'm in the S&P, which obviously is very dependent on most of the tech companies, really. But yeah, I'm mostly in index funds, S&P 500. I'm in on Vanguard. I'm in a worldwide tracker, excluding the UK, which is it's obviously heavily America weighted anyway, so it's a similar kind of thing too. I heard the SB98 hits like a beanbag. It's pretty deadly, actually. It's only a smidgen weaker than a Mosin. Inherited 3 watches Seiko 5, 1930s JLC, and
what player would you
60s
transfer for
Inca block.
Liverpool?
Ever had a watch restored? Who by? I have not, no. It's hard to say. The JLC should be very much worth restoring, but you'd need to go somewhere specialist local to you. I've no idea. I only have ever had one watch that was from like the 1940s, and I bought it in restored condition. So I've never had and I'm not much for a vintage or a neo-vintage watch, really. Well, neo-vintage maybe, not vintage though. So I have no idea. Dude, I hope you can get them going though, that would be cool. What player would I transfer for Liverpool? Erling Haaland. If I had my pick, it would be Erling Haaland to play up front. Why not? Erling Haaland either side of Salah and Diaz. Whew. We'll do a straight swap. I've got a deal for you, City. We'll do a straight swap. Nunes for Haaland. Done. It seems worth it to me. 100%. I don't know. Living in the realms of realism, I don't really know, but I think an out-and-out striker that can score... I really like Nunes, but I just don't think he's ever going to be prolific enough. I really like Jota, but I don't think he holds the line quite well enough. So if you're going to go for an aspirational one-off, you can have whoever you want. I'm having Haaland. Yeah, the SV98 certainly doesn't hit like a beanbag. It's not very much weaker than a Mosin. It's more powerful than a Blaze, and the Blaze hits pretty hard. It gets a bad rap purely because it's not quite as powerful as the Mosin, but most of the time you wouldn't notice the difference. It's still firing a big round, same round. DayZ Tools is working again. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Any United players? I think the only United player that really stands out is old matey, the young midfielder whose name escapes me right now, who got in the England team. He's going to be a really good player. He's the one, isn't he? For now, anyway. Mayno, yeah, Kobe Mayno. Anthony. Yeah, Anthony, he's the one. How funny would it be if Anthony signed for another team and then turned into a world beater? Sometimes those kind of things happen, you know. I don't think it will with Anthony, but how funny would it be? I don't know, like somehow he ended up going to like PSG on a free and then scored a hat-trick in a Champions League final or something like that, you know? We are indeed on the second card, so I'm very close to where the second card gets used. I'm a little bit tense, so I'm going to stop reading the chat just for a minute. Dylan, thank you again for the gifted sub, though. I'll just make sure I'm caught up. I am. I feel like these keycard locations could get camped or mined or worse, so I am a little bit worried about doing this. Because it's very telegraphed, you know, like... One thing that seems pretty good is that because the last box wasn't opened, it gives me some hope that this box won't be opened. I don't want to shoot, because the bullets might aggro other zombies, even though I'm suppressed. You know what, it's just occurred to me that while I'm inside this building, I should be clearing with this. Because I've got 20 bullets and it just doesn't raise as bad, does it? Like that doorway there and these corners, the other gun would raise. Wow. I like that they give you like vitamins and other survival gear to help you on your quest with this. I think it's kind of cool. I don't think I need those. I've got 2 of those already. I don't need that. I've got 5 bandages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 disinfected ones. Let's just leave those. So somebody dropped their SKS in favour of the... yeah, somebody dropped their SKS in favour of the next one. So where does... Keycard for the lock gate at the Northwest Airfield. Right, okay. I've no idea where the lock gate is at the Northwest Airfield, but... I'll have to go and work it out. Maybe it had a DMR. No, I think the boxes spawn the same stuff. I don't think there's size in there for it to have a DMR either. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I'm going the wrong way for the airfield at the moment, but I'm just going the quickest away from here for now. I want to be not here quickly. Is there more than one airfield? There is. There's 3 airfields on Chernarus. There's the northeast airfield, which is a civilian airfield, no military loot, lots of yellow tents and medical. There's Balota airfield, which has got a handful of military tents, very low tier loot. And then there's the northwest airfield, which is tier 3, much higher tier military. And a couple of areas that are tier 4, so the best loot. The northwest airfield is like the famous PvP zone of Chernarus in its history. In days gone there was no Tissy military base, so the northwest airfield is like many people's end game. I'm geared now, so how am I going to go and get a firefight where I ultimately die spot. So excited to watch United now under Emery. It'd be interesting. I think it's bad news for everybody else in the long run, I think, because Tempeg was doing a great job for all the other teams, but it's alright. I'm sure he's a lovely man, but it's going to take a little while, isn't it? It's probably going to write off this season. You never know, he could get a real bump. Like the Chelsea manager has had a really good start, hasn't he? You know, Maresca. It could be similar, but with no pre-season and players he didn't buy, and changing to likely a different formation and a different style of play, it might take a little while to gel. How many murder death kills today? 3, but not for a good while. They were all in the first 2 hours of the stream, hour and a half maybe. Maresca does seem to be a good manager. Amarim's meant to be very, very good as well though, isn't he? So we'll see. Endermanadia, I'm not saying yeah, Lopetegu seems in hindsight to not be the best choice, but I did predict this last season a few times, maybe not with you, but I did. I've seen it before with West Ham fans so many times. They're desperate for the manager to get out because they don't play the West Ham way, and then they get what they want and things go pear-shaped. I've seen it happen many a time over the years. And David Moyes maybe played a really boring football, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't finish as high in the league as they did under David Moyes for 2 or 3 seasons or more. I hope that's not true though. I like West Ham and they seem to have some really, really good players as well, but I don't know. That kind of, it's almost like a cycle. Finally get a manager that gets some success, but they don't play well enough, so give them the boot. Try to play a certain way, get worse results, give them the boot too. Hammer will work it out at United 3-4-3, will cook in the Premier League from a Chelsea fan. Maybe. He might need to change some of the personnel in the long run, who knows, but I hope Harry Maguire, this is something Man United fans might not like to hear, but I hope Harry Maguire finds a spot in his back 3, because Harry Maguire in a back 3 is a really good player. And I feel sorry for Harry Maguire. He got so much stick, and I just think he's a good dude. I don't think he's the best centre-back in the world, but I don't think he's as bad as was made out. And he's not very good in a 2 either. If he's in a 3, and if he's not playing a high line in a defensive 2, if he's playing in a 3 and they're defending a little tiny bit deeper, he could be a really good player. So all I'm doing right now is I'm just running west and I'm trying to stay out of the way of players. I'm just running west and I'm going to gradually start cutting down more towards the northwest airfield. I think I'm going to drop this in a minute and just go with the, put this there. The AK-74, the baby AK, I just don't have the bullets to make it useful really. 20 bullets isn't enough. I'm too heavy and I really hate triple gunning. I can't use the pistol to shoot zombies. I can't really play the game at the moment with 3 guns, so I feel like the M79 with a grenade launcher in certain scenarios could really dig me out of a hole in a way that the in a way that the AK-74 won't. I think it's less useful. Amorim wanted to come to West Ham, but Sullivan thought he's too young to be a Premier manager. Sullivan is an idiot. Maybe he wanted more money than he wanted to spend. You know, they wouldn't necessarily say that, but maybe Amorim was going to cost more money per year than he wanted to spend, and he could get Lopetegui for less as well. You know, like I don't know. He's quite business orientated. You know, he might have seen pound signs. You never know. Amorim probably was looking to command more of a wage, given what he's done in Portugal. I suppose maybe. I don't know. I guess sorry for the football talk, everyone else, but if United are going to play 3-4-3, the two wide players would normally be wingers, wouldn't they? So they can, sorry, they'd normally be fullbacks, but like fullbacks that are wingers, right? Would United have the players for that? Like, surely if the four in midfield, the two that are playing on the edge are going to be also fullbacks, right? A little bit like England played a lot in previous tournaments. So have United got fullbacks that would be more cultured going forward, like wing-backs, or would they need to replace those? I don't know. Dallo and Shaw can work it out. I've not seen enough of Dallo. Obviously I know Shaw's pretty decent. Shaw seems to have a terrible injury record, though, doesn't he? You know, like he seems to play half of a season if you're lucky at the moment. I hope he gets that sorted, though, because left back for England is a bit of an issue, isn't it? You know, we need him to be fit. Danger Squirrel, there's no need to be sorry, I don't mind. It's no skin off my nose. Wedders, thank you for the 11 months. Cheers for the support, dude, thank you. Right, so we're now heading down, still going a bit sort of southwest, but we're heading down more towards the northern road. Not sure I trust Maguire and De Ligt being left behind in a counter-attack. Yeah. And that's something that will iron itself out, but obviously this is where it looks like bad planning from the owners. They gave Ten Hag another transfer window, let him sign players, and then it turned out that he didn't know what he was doing, like some people may have thought already. And now he's got players for however Ten Hag wants to play. I'm not sure even Ten Hag knew. But they might not suit Amorim the same, and it does create a little bit of a refresh, restart. Now we've got to sign the best players. He needs to have two or three summers to get. It's another one of those, isn't it? But I feel like Amorim probably will have a style of play. Like, my biggest criticism of Ten Hag was that no matter what, at no point really. I know he had a decent first season, but you couldn't really see a style of play. It mostly seemed to be counter-attack. But there wasn't like a. You can see that. With Liverpool, whether the Liverpool may not win a thing this season, so I'm not counting my chickens here, but you can see with Slot his style of play. You can see how it's subtly different to Klopp's, but you can see it in the team. You can see how they play, and they're consistent with how they play. And again, they might not win a single thing, and Slot might get sacked next year. Who knows? But you can still see the style of play, right? I think you will with Amorim. I don't think you did with Ten Hag. Colours Liverpool. Red home, away is traditionally has been white, and then some other colours. White and green and all sorts of others. I'm shocked now we haven't seen a player for a bit. I think it's the runs that I'm going on, dude. I'm trying not to bump into players. Now, obviously, I'm going to the Northwest Airfield. One of the problems I've got, and I'm not looking for people in the chat to tell me right now, I might change my mind after half an hour at the airfield, but I don't know where the loot box is at the airfield. I'm going to guess that it's somewhere around the ATC. I'm going to guess it's somewhere around the ATC or the hangar that's just to the south of it. It's going to be somewhere around there, I guess, but it could be at one... I tell you what, it could be at the camo building a little south of the ATC. I've seen some servers have had it in the camo building. It could be there. I dropped the AK. Yeah, I did say a little while ago I was going to do it. I just don't want to triple gun. Why does England never win anything in football? Combination of things. Very, very hard to win things. And sometimes winning the first one is the catalyst to... Like Spain had never won fuck all and then they won 2 on the bounce. France had never won fuck all and then they won in like 98 and 2000, right? It happens. Like it can happen. You win something and then it breeds the confidence to go and the same group of players then win another thing, you know, like England might have done that, but they lost in a penalty shootout in 2021 in the Euro final, didn't they? You know, if they'd won that, it might have been a different story in the next tournament and the next tournament, but ifs and buts. The reality is they've got close but no cigar. Marius, thank you. Yeah, I do miss the odd sub, much to some people's dismay, but I try my best. Thank you. It's really hard to win a Euros or a World Cup. There's a lot of teams that can win it, you know, like even if England played to their best, which they didn't do in the last tournament, there's other teams that can beat them, you know, like in a Euros or a World Cup, there's realistically at least 6 to 8 teams that can win it. Even if you play really well, even if you're the best team in it, you don't always win. This Euros, I think it's fair to say the best team did win the Euros, right? I think that's Spain were the best team in the Euros, they won it, but not always is that the case. I think personally that France were better than Argentina in the last World Cup, but Argentina won the tournament. They lost their first game as well, didn't they? Which keycard are we on? Northwest Airfield. I read somewhere that the reason the away team jerseys are off and white was to do with TVs when they were black and white. That makes sense, doesn't it? Like, if you've got red against green in black and white, it could be really hard to know who's who. So having the away team wear white would actually allow you to see what's going on a black and white telly. Where are we now, Jack? We are roughly halfway between Kamensk military base and Northwest Airfield. We're about to be near the 3 civilian barracks and the water tower and the well, where you can sometimes find players. So I'm gonna be a bit wary around there, but I'm not gonna. I don't need to loot it. There's a well there which I could use with my. I could use fill my water bottle up, but it's not the best well to use. I might swerve it. In fact, I might not drink the water bottle. Just. On the way to the second keycard, this is the third one, Jack. I think, I don't know it for sure, but I think it's Northwest Airfield. And then I thought it's Tissy. It might not be. It might be Zelenogorsk and Tissy. I don't know, but no one need tell me. When we get there, if I find it, I'll work it out. Or if I don't, I'll die. We are hearing some shots, though, aren't we? I'm kind of running away from the shots at the moment, though, which is probably smart. That's true, Yakati, you're right. I could just take a vitamin and then drink any water I find. I don't need to risk the well. You're very right. More shots over that way. I think they're somewhere near Devil's Castle, though, those ones. How does this work? Keep only locked doors till you get a door that has... So it's like a treasure hunt core code, basically. A key card leads to a room with a key card, leads to a room with a key card. But each time I'm getting... So the last one we just went in had an M79 grenade launcher and 2 grenades, right? So the next one, I'm guessing, will have something better than an M79 grenade launcher. Maybe it'll have an assault rifle, I don't know. But I'm guessing each time you go along, you get slightly better loot than the last, right? So it's a bit like a treasure hunt, where the loot gets progressively more, and then you get a key card to a slightly higher value room and a slightly higher value room. Oops. I don't know. I was going to take that. Maybe I shouldn't. It won't get me all the way across. It's probably not worth it. I should go up to the barn and cross where the trees are a bit tighter. I've been shot at by somebody in that red barn a few times, but hopefully not today. That's the 3 civilian barracks I was talking about before. The airfield is actually up there. It's at that hill, so I don't know where the key card is. And again, I'm not asking for anyone to tell me, but I'm going to start at the camo building on the south side, and then I'm going to work up. If I was Happy Bombs and I was placing the key card, I'd put it somewhere around the ATC. So I'm going to start there. Would hay bales be removed in autumn, Chernarus, since it's, you know, not harvesting season? Spiffy, well, maybe they harvested, but then there was an apocalypse. So why would the hay bales... Who's going to move them? They're not going to go off to market, are they? If there's been an apocalypse and they've just rounded up all the hay bales in the summer, who's meant to have moved them? The zombies? I think you haven't thought this through. Now it would be cool if in the winter one they were like getting depressed into the ground a little bit, where they'd kind of rotten down just a touch or whatever. That'd be cool. These little summer camp sheds are modded. They're not in the regular game. They're extra loot spots. I don't really need any loot, so I'm not going to bother looting the other two. I just looted that one because we were next to it. I'm not a big fan of this cross that we're about to do. It's probably better to go to Novaya Petrovka and cross from there, but I'm going to do it here, I think. It could be my undoing. I should be in that little dip there by the side of the lake, really. It would be more sensible than being here, wouldn't it? You get helicopter crash sites the other side of that barn as well.
Fine.
And people really often travel along the train lines. It's like just something that people do, like especially people that are still learning the map or whatever. It's just an easy way to navigate. So, and people cross, they follow this road as well, like they'll follow close to the road. So the train and the road is like a tram line of death. So I'm not exactly looking forward to making the crossing. You do get players, but I'm sure we'll be okay. I could EpiPen, but I get the feeling it might be more important later, and I've only got 2. I don't know. I think I'm not going to do it. Have I seen the Minecraft check trailer? Nope. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Actually getting stuck in the branches of a tree. That doesn't happen often. Zombies over there. I'm going to come around this way. I'll try and avoid the Zeds. The keycard could be anywhere. It could be up at Bashnir. It could be in the underground bit of Bashnir, couldn't it? It could be there. I've no idea. And once again, when I'm saying this, I'm not looking for answers. So given that we're coming from the north, maybe I should just check the camo building around Bashnir on the way. I think someone's making, or I think somebody is already making a summer Sakal mod. I don't think it will. I don't think it will work so well as a summer map, but I'm sure it will happen. Do I plan on playing Deer Isle anytime soon? I definitely will play Deer Isle again. It's had an update, so I don't know when, but yeah, at some point. Hey Cal, yeah, we're doing okay. The run's been pretty decent. I'm on the I'm doing the key card quest, and I'm on the 3rd key card at the moment, which is the Northwest Airfield. So I'm just trying to make my way up to that at the moment. Heat buff before the airfield, yeah. Do you know what? When you said that, the first thing that crossed my mind was I'll use one of the couple of houses just up here, the other side of the trees. Those houses haven't been in the game for about 6 fucking years. That's like... that's insane. Like, I just had like a flashback to days gone yesteryear, you know, like... Those houses haven't been there. There used to be like 3 houses in a little row along a track just up here. I could do with a fire. I might just use the heat pack. Maybe that would be a good idea. Thing is, the heat pack probably won't last because I don't know where we've got to go. What map is this? Ink. The map's always in the title of the stream. This one's Chernarus. It's a modded late autumn, early winter. So this is not quite full winter. Winter Chernarus has no leaves on the ground. Sorry, no leaves on the trees, pretty much. Other than the pine trees, obviously. All of the trees have dropped their leaves. The snow is much thicker. This is like in between, so it's late autumn. There's shots at the airfield. Just gone hungry again. I have to eat that bacon. I've gone hungry though because of the fact that I'm blue. It's just making me burn my energy quicker. Late autumn Cherno is the best Cherno. I agree, well, except for it's Chernarus. Cherno is a city. Sorry, pedantic mans. I couldn't help myself. Cherno is short for Chernogorsk, which is a city. Cherno is the city. Chernarus is the map. Well, it's not really the same, Spoonful. But everyone knows what you mean. I know I'm being pedantic, but it's true. Cherno is the city. I guess if you were going to abbreviate Chernarus into something that was shorter, you'd say Cherna. C-H-E-R-N-A, not Cherno. That would make no fucking sense.
About the local butcher that backed into his meat grinder. Reporter said he got behind in his work.
I wondered what you were going to say there. Did you hear about the news about the local butcher that backed into his meat grinder? Reporter said he got behind his work. I thought it was going to be the meat grinder reported in for sexual harassment. But Kensicle, thank you very much for the support, dude. Gakan, Winds of Sorrow, thank you very much as well. Have you checked the new land they added? No, I haven't yet. Sakal's new patch dropped today, but I was on an adventure that I didn't want to stop. So I'm carried on with it. I did want to do Sakal today, but I didn't foresee that the adventure would carry on, and we're still on it now, so... I heard some noise then. I did, it's the helicopter I heard. I'd be very surprised if the keycard is used here. But if the keycard is used anywhere here, it's going to be this building, so we might as well have a check. No, not this one. Nuclear Nicolo, thank you very much for the Prime Corpse, thank you for the Prime as well. Oh, that was loud. Scared me a bit. Cheers for the support as well. Thank you, Corpse. Cheers, both of you. Need to get back to the trees. I think we're going to be having some serious flirting with other players. I'm sure wherever the keycard location is here, I'm sure it probably gets camped much more than any of the other keycard locations. I think this is where shit's about to get real. I think we're going to have to kill people to make it, I would guess, but we'll see. Yeah, I've got the M79 with one gold top. I'll forget to use it when it really matters. That's a prediction already. There'll be a dude in a barrack and I'll forget to use it when I could have blatted it at the doors or something like that. But Donido and Gruelmeister, thank you both of you for the resub. Thank you very much. What about hiding the keycard? I don't have a protector case, so I don't think it's worth the risk. Like, if I had something like a yellow box or a first aid kit or whatever, I could probably do that, but I don't think it's worth it. I think it's not worth the risk. I'd rather just do it as well. There's part of me that thinks like it's a one life kind of adventure. You're trying to do this particular quest. I'd rather really try and do it in one life, and if I die then I'll start again, you know. It almost seems more fun than like if I ditch the card, die and then run back and carry on. It feels like I've lost the I haven't achieved the quest in the purest of senses, if that makes sense. Those shots are going to be around where the I think they're going to be around where the key card is, I would guess. It could be somebody baiting from the two different guns, but it could be somebody baiting. Doesn't sound much like a fight to me. Yeah, it could be somebody baiting around the ATC. It may not be, but it could be. I really wish I'd made a fire. The heat pack's doing nothing. Which, coming back to my point before, like we were just talking about heat packs and how at least heat packs work. I'm light blue without a heat pack. I'm light blue with the heat pack. I'm not sure that's working. The heat packs are without doubt a lot better. So if you're dark blue, they might make you light blue. But I took it to try and make myself, and it's not making me white, you know. So I'm just wasted that heat pack, unless I was going to go dark blue, I guess. But hey Lutra, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Did you miss me? I was sick as a dog, obviously. That sounds like bait to me. It sounds like bait. It's keeping you from being cold, but I was already light blue when I activated it, Spiffy, so I wouldn't... It's not... In fact, I've just gone white running in here, to be fair. So the first time, now I'm deep in the forest, but I was hoping to be white temperature because I was light blue without it. That was my point, but now we are white, so it is kind of working. Maybe because I'm in the forest, but nonetheless, it still is helping right now. I do think that maybe somebody's camping the ATC. Those shots don't feel like real shots, they feel like bait. Fucking shadow just scared me, holy shit. There's KS in there. Well, they've stopped shooting now. I don't know. It didn't sound like a firefight. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never shot my shadow. I've shot some stupid shit in the past. I've shot rocks that I was convinced were players prone and stuff like that, but I've never shot my shadow as yet. That is somewhere around the camo building. Sorry, the headquarters building. I feel like these dudes, whoever they are camping the area where the keycard is. Could be wrong, but that's what it feels like. I almost want to get on that roof, but I think it would be too risky. It could be players shooting zombies or something like that. Could be. Well, it could be betas. Like it sounds like betas rather than campers. If that, they might be shooting Zeds, but the way they're shooting, like they're not shooting Zeds if they're going 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're shooting. That feels like bait to me. See, that is bait. I'm sure it's bait. Like, who has a firefight like that? Or who kills a zombie like that? Nobody does, do they? The thing is, I'm falling for it because I need to get to wherever this keycard is. I'm guessing it's probably in one of these bunkers, and it's around where they're shooting from. Feels so stupid. I think there's 2 players for sure. Where we've heard these multiple shots, we've heard 2 different guns. I think it's 2 players. I'm going to take my time a little bit, because I think they'll bait again.
They sure are master baiters, aren't they?
That sounded like it was over near the headquarters building. There could be somebody in the headquarters throwing the grenade out. That could have been headquarters grenade dude throwing out of it. Yeah, there's a zombie there. Look, somebody's inside there.
Wait for it, open mouth smile.
Seen someone over there. There's someone right next to me as well. I heard them. I'm gonna back away for a minute. There's definitely somebody in that area, and there's somebody in the trees. I don't want to use an M79 Pox because if I do, he's just going to run into the trees. He won't run towards me. He'll run away. There's someone hiding in that. I think there's somebody in that building there as well because I saw a zombie aggroed around it. I think they're probably together, and there was somebody running around in the trees as well. I am sure there's somebody in there. And there's somebody in there. I could be wrong about the headquarters. If there's nobody in the headquarters, I could get in there and probably kill the dude that's next to it, but I think I'm not wrong. The grenade landed not too far from here. Oh, this is dodgy. I was going to go across that way and try and get an angle, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Sun. I don't have any tactical goggles. No, I don't. That sun's a pain in the head. I didn't actually see if the front door of this headquarters was closed or not. That's inside there. Look, someone's baiting in there. Oh, fucking hell, that scared the piss out of me. So someone's there covering the front door of that. They've probably got the front door locked. There's someone baiting in the headquarters and his buddy is in that building the other side, probably looking and aiming towards it. That's what I think. That sounded like they could be in there. They sound like they're prone shooting. I bet they're in a room that's closed as well. There's no point poxing it. All I do by poxing it is tell them I'm there. They'll be able to, the ones that are in that building will be able to get out. Like, they'll be able to go from upstairs to downstairs or downstairs to upstairs or whatever, right? So all I'll do is let them know that I'm here. It won't actually really change too much. What I need to do is kill... Oh, no way! So there's just too many. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. There was just so many people around. So I'm guessing if... does somebody know? Is it in one of the bunkers? I'm guessing it was in one of the bunkers. I think that those guys were being attracted by the guy inside there baiting. Maybe they're baiting because there's an enemy, right? So I had one behind and one in front, but they're probably being baited towards the same building I am, right? Yeah, what I want to know is where the bunker is. I'm guessing it's in one of those like mounds of earth with the bunkers inside. I bet it's in one of those, is it? It's on the other side of the airfield, so I didn't even need to be there. Oh. Completely the other side of the airfield near the crashed plane. Oh, fuck me. So I could have just gone to it and avoided all of that then. Never mind. Okay. Well, that was fun, though. It does mean that we've done all of that questing for stuff, and now I can't carry it on. I think I'm probably going to go for a piss. It's 20 to 10, actually. I was going to say maybe I'll do Chernarus, but it's too late. I actually thought it was like 8 o'clock. It's fucking 20 to 10. So I'm afraid we're going to switch from that to this. That's me done. I really enjoyed that. We didn't get many kills. I did kill the guy in front of me. Unfortunately, there was one immediately behind, you know, and I just came out between the two of them. I'm going to have another go at that quest at some point for sure. It's kind of cool. At least we know how to do most of it now, but it's going to take a while to do it lone wolf. Right, that's it from me, guys. It's a bit later than I realised, so I'm going to call it there, and I will be back tomorrow. I may do Stalker 2 tomorrow, or a combination of DayZ and Stalker 2. I haven't really made my mind up completely, but I'll probably get Stalker 2, download it, and see what's what tomorrow morning. Thanks a lot for coming in, guys. Really, really appreciate it. I will be back again tomorrow, sometime just after lunch, there or thereabouts. Cheers for coming in. Thank you very much.
For the stream.
Eric, thank you for the super chat. Tom, thank you for the super chat as well. Rick, Cryptard, Vargassi, cheers for the resubs. Bone and Dutch Roller and Budaholic. Thank you, the resubs and bits and primes and tings. Take it easy, guys. Thanks a lot. Cheers for coming in. As many streamers you can watch. Thank you for watching me. And I'll see most of you tomorrow with any luck. Take it easy, guys. Love you. Bye.